Alright, welcome everybody. We are streaming live from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Day 5 here of what is supposed to be a 7-day protest. I'm entering the intersection of the Kenosha County Courthouse and the park where protesters gather. So as we can see, we do have a small group of protesters that have gathered. It's a little bit after 7 p.m. It looks like we've got some food and water stations set up. Very similar to what we saw last night.
I'm sorry. I didn't. That was a joke. I thought it was
What's up? How are you?
Good, how are you?
Alright, man.
Good to see you, brother.
Yeah. How's it been going?
I mean, it's going.
Yeah.
How the fuck are you doing?
I started doing some independent journalism last year. And just a little bit, just kind of pick and choose like different things. And just kind of been getting into it more and more. And then like when they did the George Floyd protest, just kind of like sparked something. I'm like, man, like I really want to get out there. Maybe not like full-time career, but
right.
You know, just like getting out there and big with like First Amendment and people's voices being heard, and especially with like some of the shit you and I have been through, you know?
Right.
So yeah, I'm just out here not picking sides, you know. Got family that's black, got family that's police and fire, so it's like, you know, I don't want to pick a side, but I'm, you know, just want to document and make sure people's voices are heard, and, you know, everyone's got a voice, so.
Well, you already know this place is a black hole, man. You get sucked into this fucking, you in this city, you're fucking screwed.
Yeah.
You get a disorderly conduct ticket, and then all of a sudden you're fucking...
For life.
On time.
Yeah.
They're dirty, man. Their news conference didn't impress me today. They didn't say anything. They didn't touch on anything that they were supposed to. It's not right. They need to go. That's why we need to vote.
Yeah.
That's important so that, a lot of people won't.
And that's the thing that they said, like one of the more peaceful protests that gathered for the George Floyd thing, where a lot of Kenosha citizens came out. They were encouraging the young generation to get out and vote, to talk to the mayor, to have conversation with the chief of police, to, you know, open up this dialogue instead of getting pissed off and destroying their own neighborhoods and businesses in their neighborhoods and all of that, but to come peacefully and have these conversations. I was pretty impressed with that. I thought that was really, really awesome. And then yesterday, I mean, obviously, so I've been down here for days now. We were right in the middle of that shooting, filming all of that. Bullets like tinging past my head as like the guy that got shot in the chest. We ran to him to help him, but more bullets were coming at us, so we ended up retreating back. And like, I mean, it was just chaos. But then I didn't know what to expect yesterday, you know? So I marched with them from start to finish, so seeing all of that, like I was begging people to share the stream, you know, like, this is what Kenosha is. We don't have, like, what's being portrayed in the media, that this is just a city full of just violent, criminal, burn the city down. Like, we have awesome, amazing, beautiful citizens here. and instead of showing just all the chaos of all the buildings being burned down, the shooting with Rittenhouse, and like show this too, you know. So, and that was interesting. It was long, 7 hours of marching. But like once they started like getting into like the more affluent neighborhoods, like it was a party, and it was a party in the streets. They were having fun. Like you couldn't help but to like, you know, like when you're doing the journalism stuff, like you stay as biased as you possibly can, you know. But it's like you still get emotional, you know, and especially if you're with whoever's protesting for whatever cause. You're with them for days and days, and you know there is definitely emotion, you know.
Just having a party in his own mask.
Yeah.
Damn, I should go get my beer. I didn't want to come here without my beer. Now I feel like I should have. I've been dude. I've been out here, dude. I boarded up everything after everything happened the first night.
Yeah.
I cleaned up all the, dude. I took my garbage can from my house, cleaned it all up, everything, the whole entire block, the other block, the whole 6 boom. Before anyone got there, did that. Then everybody came. Then it was hot as fuck. Then we're boarding everything up, and then, you know,
Right.
just getting there. Cause dude, I love those people down there. I live down there, you know. I love my bar. I love my fucking places I go to and shit.
Right.
They hit my work up, man.
Did they?
They hit Ed's tires. Luckily, they didn't kill the birds, man. They took the ATM. They took the cash register, the safe. They tried to start the church pew on fire that we have sitting out in front, but that's been sitting out there for so long. It's so wet.
Right.
So it's just the edge kind of burned. Man, I walked in there. Those birds were. There's 2 macaws, man. Those macaws are 35 years old. They were, dude, huddling next to each other, dude, like just shaking. And they're like, hi. I walked in. They colluded. Hi. How are ya? I'm like, here you go, bud. Have some peanuts. Have some water. Get there. Because if that would have happened, if they would have started that on fire, they'd be burning right now until today. That's 7,000 tires in that motherfucker, man. Be over with. Everybody would have to evacuate. Everybody would have to leave. They'd still be trying to put that shit out.
I was out here when they were doing it. I was like literally filming people lighting shit.
I can't believe you didn't see me. You didn't see me on top of the courthouse steps and get chased down?
No. Wait, which
before
night?
that gate was there?
Which night?
Before that gate was there, the first night. Before that gate was
Oh,
there,
the
dude,
first
I
night
stood
I
up there
wasn't
and I
even
was
out
like,
here, bro.
I was like, dude, this doesn't make any sense. I was like, we're gonna have to pay for it. This isn't how you do it. And then some big ass fucking action figure motherfucker fucking ran up to me. I was like, whoa. I'm like, hey, I ain't about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, we're about, you know. And then all of a sudden, fucking like 30, 40 more motherfuckers came behind him. So I fucking ran down that road, went home, and that was on fire. So I fucking came here and watched that.
Yeah. It's hard, man. Like.
Well, it's the thing
like,
is now the feds and shit are here.
Like I want to do something, but I can't. Get fucked up in the middle of it.
Well, no, you let them set it on fire. But the thing is that just stay away from residential shit. So other houses and shit, like there's family and shit that get fucked up. And that is, I really believe that it's not people.
No.
You heard of what those guys that got caught at Speedway? You heard what they had there, right?
Yeah.
They're ready to explode some shit.
Really?
Yeah, they had a fucking some action. I don't know that for a fact. I'm just hearing it from someone else, but I just saw my buddy at a gas station. He was like, bro, and that's right by my grandma's house. And fucking, I was like, what the fuck? They were like, oh, they were coming downtown. Like, what are they gonna do downtown? Someone just go kamikaze, drive it, and just fucking drive it into something like this? Or what are you gonna drive it into?
Yeah, those
You
feds
know what
came
I'm
up
saying?
quick, bro.
What are you gonna explode?
Right.
Oh, hey, feds ain't on shit. Oh, last night till 3 in the morning, dude, I was driving around like a fool. Dude, I said hello to the National Guard, fucking drove around, like, I was like, I don't give a fuck about a curfew. They were laughing and shit. Came back, threw them some Wendy's and shit. Fucking did some other shit. Just driving around. They ain't on shit. I heard they've been bodying people though, man. On the north side, they've been bodying people, throwing them in their vans.
I don't think it's gonna be bad today. I think everyone's headed to Washington.
Washington Road?
No, like Washington. There's a big march on.
That's what needs to happen.
There's a big march.
That's where everybody's angst needs to go. It's there.
It happens on Friday. They're shutting everything down, trying to not let anyone else in, so that we get under control. So I think that's where everything went yesterday.
How's everybody in a march watch? How's it even
He's trying to minimize it.
So you shut down highways and shit?
Yeah.
I mean, I already done it, I guess. I'm down.
Yeah, people coming in from the airports.
I hate to ask, but I by chance put on a cig on the way, guys.
Dude, I just smoked my last motherfucking cigarette, dude.
I could go on that. I was very
I
much
was fucking fresh up, dude. I'm thinking about going to the pad and getting my brewski, man.
right behind my backyard.
That's that idea. I think I have a lighter. Actually. Yeah, I got one for you. Well, I couldn't give you that one because that represents my sister. She just crashed in the car, but you can have that one.
Yeah, man, I'm very sorry to hear about your sister.
She crashed right in a pole by Big Star.
Yeah, bro, that was.
Took the cops 45 minutes to find her. She was fucking 15 feet away from the fucking pole. You can have it. She was 15 feet away from the pole. She might have been able to survive. By the time they finally found her, she was doing those like death breaths. And it was over. It's that swift police work. It's the third biggest police department in the state of Wisconsin.
310 officers, I think.
I know how much money they spend, dude.
I'll catch you guys.
How do the cops not have? How do the cops not have? How do the cops not have fucking body cams, but the correctional officers have body cams? Don't you think you would get those?
They approved the body cams, but they didn't approve them to be to work.
Why did the guards have them first? The guards have them. After they broke dude's back and shit, and he got that big ass lawsuit, all the guards got body cams. You should have the
Privacy issues.
dude. There ain't no privacy issue. That's fucking
Yeah.
dude. That's what it is, man. So you can see. So there's no, you know, you really don't have to ask any questions. Everything's there.
Right.
That's how they are, though.
Yeah, they approved
That's
them
how
to
these
have them.
nasty motherfuckers are. They didn't want it for a reason.
11 to 1 is the food.
Because this police department has always been an issue.
1 to 4 is the mural thing. Then 4 to 6.
They like to batter people and then charge them. That you get charged for getting your ass beat. You know what I'm saying? Torture. Yeah, they'll torture you. They crush you. They don't spend the right. The money all the money. When I worked in laundry, dude, I watched Jamie I watched him purchase all the vehicles for the sheriff's department, all that, and then they had to make overhead. So because for the next fiscal year, they had to have that same type of money to be able to spend. So what do? $20,000 worth of paint. You're spending $2,200 on a fucking ergonomic fucking chair for the guards, but you got a bunch of them, and then your whole warehouse is just stacked full of fucking surplus, all that.
Right.
That money could have went to something different, man. You put that money into a different outlet.
Yeah.
That shit's not fair. That's how they crush us. And if you don't have the capital, you're fucked. You're just a no name. You're nobody. I think this is all fixed, though. Honestly, I think it's just it's all just an agenda, man, a political agenda. A lot of people. I really do think that, though, because I've watched it and studied that shit. You know, George Soros is a fucking dude that does that kind of shit. He pays people. Yeah. Well, he's a fella he's like a rich fella. I'm really not sure his position in, like, the world, but he's done that. Like, when they fucking came from, like, they were trying to be like, oh, you don't let the immigrants in, and, like, all these immigrants are getting terrorized, and this and that, and they're getting tear gassed, and this and that, and he's bringing busloads of people in. But, dude, and they're saying, oh, they got pictures but you got pictures of, okay, so you got this kid crying, but then these people are supposed to be poor and coming from somewhere else to just try to get some freedom, where everybody's nails are done nice, people got Gucci purses and shit, people got iPhones, they're very clean, women's hair is perfectly washed, you know, shit like that. It's an agenda, bro.
Hi.
Hey.
I'm working with Freehold TV. I'm looking for some interviews. Would you mind answering just a couple questions as to why you're here tonight?
I mean, sure. I don't want to sit there and be a stuttering fool, but whatever.
I'm sure you're fine. I'm sure you're okay. All right, go ahead. Can you tell everybody what you're doing here today?
I'm here because I like justice. Period. Point. I think that what happened with the fellow is bad. I apologize. Lake, right?
Jacob Lake.
Yes, Jacob Lake. I thought that was the most rotten shit I've ever seen in my whole entire life. It was uncalled for, and that just goes to show that the people that this police department hires and their vetting process and everything like that goes to show Kenosha's a black hole. Kenosha is terrible for handling issues. Their police department has always been under scrutiny for beating people up, for fucking all sorts of stuff. Sorry for my language. But that's why I'm here. I'm here because I love my city. I love my people. I don't care what color you are. It don't matter. I love this shit. And black lives do matter.
Thank you. See, you did great.
Try. I know, but that's true though.
Thank you.
It's bullshit.
We appreciate you being out here.
It's a black hole right here. It is.
Thank you so much. What's your name?
Christopher.
Christopher. My nickname's Inchworm.
Inchworm.
Inchworm?
Yeah, Inchworm, like little inchworms.
Nice, nice.
Have a good night, guys.
See you later. Stay safe.
I need to get more beer. I should have brought a joint. Everybody needs to be fucking lit up, right?
Everyone else is.
Smoking a fucking fatty.
Smoked my joint about an hour before I came here.
Dude, I'm broke as hell, dude. Fucking spent my fucking money on rent. That's stupid. I should have fucking bought something else.
I know what you mean, man.
Shit. You're gonna be here, right?
I'm all night,
I'm gonna
brother.
be gone like maybe 10 minutes.
Yeah, do your thing. Don't do anything stupid tonight, Chris. Don't do it. Be safe, all right? I'm just saying. Just be safe.
Last night I was walking past like unmarked vehicles.
All right, so if you guys are just tuning in, you can start sharing the feed. I did make it public. Let's try to get as many views on this feed tonight as possible. We'll be out here all night. Right now we are located in the park where protesters have gathered every night. We do have some food stations that are set up tonight. Just waiting for everything to start. Ran into some buddies of mine from here, so.
What is it now? Is it now?
They just need to like get taught.
CJ and Andrew are headed off to Washington for the big march that is scheduled for Friday. So unfortunately, they will not be here tonight. Pretty bummed about that. Had a lot of fun hanging out with those guys. But we may see them again. So like I said, just waiting for everything to start. You guys could share this feed. Try to get as many people watching tonight as we can.
That's really hard to see and bring through.
So I'm not seeing any police presence again tonight. How's the museum? The dinosaur museum? Come over here, I'll show you guys. The dinosaur's gone. So that's definitely kind of a bummer, because you know a lot of families came out here and took pictures in front of that dinosaur. You can see the streets from all of the fires. Just everything black. I think they got in, Christian, and I think they did do some damage on the inside. I'm not 100% sure though, so don't quote me on that. But I do think that they got in. I believe they were trying to take anything they could find as weapons. Well, everything's boarded up now, so it's hard to see all of the actual damage that was done. Yeah, it was definitely pretty intense. Definitely pretty scary to be out here and watch the town that I live in get burned. it's hard to stand there and just film and document and not help. You know, you try to stay out of it. You try to stay biased. You help in little places that you can. I mean, just the other night when the shootings happened, the gentleman that was shot in the chest, Andrew and I initially started to run towards him to help him and get him out of that street. But too many bullets were flying and pinging off stuff that we were trying to kind of duck behind as we were running up there. You help a little bit where you can, and stay out of it for the most part. There's definitely very unnecessary, tragic situations that have unfolded those first 3 nights.
Well, I swear to God, that older woman that was running it afterwards, she's like, I'm not responsible for you. I swear to God, she's like, where's that job? That's after that.
So let's hope for peaceful demonstration again tonight. Gotten about 5 hours of sleep in the last 2 days. I've eaten twice in the last 5 days. Kind of running on Cliff Bars and some electrolyte water. Definitely go for a burger. Not really in the mood to be ducking and diving against rubber bullets, mace balls, and CS again. Or real bullets for that matter too. So, just out here to kind of document everyone's voice. Make sure that their voices are heard. And hope that there can be, you know, some change. I think we can all agree on that. But I'll be out here all night.
What? I knew it was her that put him in jail too.
With first aid station here set up. Some food being cooked for everybody. What's up, brother? How you doing?
You know, I got some ears.
I hear you. I hear you.
You know, hey, let's do. That blow dry's gonna get smashed.
You see all the medics kind of gearing up. Offer medical aid to anybody that gets hurt. So hopefully it'll be like we saw last night, very peaceful and organized.
That's like a gold mine of information. He's pretty good. You can tell everything is great.
And one thing I will say, you know, the media has definitely spun some of the events that have happened here, and watching video footage from other journalists and the videographers that were down here when the shootings happened. We all kind of, once the shooting stopped, we all kind of gathered around and sharing footage and of the events that unfolded and why they unfolded, trying to piece together some answers even for ourselves. And we're hearing a lot of things on the media that they're reporting, and it's just extremely wowing the amount of misinformation that is being put out there. You know, so many of us were here, we saw it, we were standing right there, some of us next to individuals. Some of the events that I've seen, some of the conversations that I've overheard between crowd members. It's just so much misinformation. What's up, buddy?
Come up and just push on your backpack.
Can you
He's got this thing.
can you push on it? Okay.
Everybody with press, I'm like, I just want to go up and press.
And press? I get it. I get it. All right.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no worries. No, you're all good. It's good.
Who you with, man?
Independent. Yeah. Yeah.
From around here?
Yeah, I live in Kenosha. Originally from Illinois. Been out here for the last 6 years.
I won't hold it against you. I'm from Illinois originally, and I grew up in Kenosha.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Name's Rich, man. What's yours?
Kevin.
Kevin?
Yeah,
Nice to meet you.
pleasure, pleasure. What brings you guys out? Obviously your shirt, Black Lives Matter,
Yeah.
so I would assume.
Standing up when it means something, right?
Right? For sure.
That's a simple answer, isn't it?
Yeah.
It seems simple. It's a complicated question nowadays.
Yeah, unfortunately.
In my book, it's just we got an opportunity. There's a real opportunity to change some shit right now.
Yep.
Right? And if I don't stand up now, it's shame on me. Is the way I look at it.
Yeah.
But this is a complicated world we live in, and it's 2020 still, so.
It's been a very, very interesting year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't wait for the history books. Oh my god.
Yeah, this is definitely.
My kids are both in college. We were talking about this. 2020 is going to be a whole year. It's going to be a full semester study.
Yeah, just on this year.
Right.
Right.
That's kind of true, man.
Yeah.
From the political angles to the health angles to the
Human rights.
environmental angles to all of it.
Yep.
Crazy year that we're living in.
Yeah.
And we ain't even hit the elections yet.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
only August.
You know? And the cicadas ain't here yet.
I know.
They're starting.
They're supposed
Yeah.
to be coming. Did you hear something yet?
I've seen them hatching.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those ugly bastards.
Oh my god.
Oh. I don't like them a bit.
No. They're so annoying.
Yeah.
Although they do remind me of like some HR Giger stuff, like Alien. They leave them shells under.
Oh yeah. You
You know
should
what I
see them when they're like actually coming out of that shell.
Yeah.
Like yeah, I've watched that. It's
It's
pretty
actually
interesting.
But at least we don't get them here as bad. Remember we were down in Cincinnati?
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Tennessee and Cincinnati.
It was
terrible.
like I was
Pretty bad,
waiting for
huh?
Moses to part the.
Oh my
the
god.
river there.
It was
Wow.
so bad.
Oh. We might walk. You want to walk
Yeah.
around a little bit now? Well, it's nice meeting you, Kevin.
Absolutely, brother.
Thanks
You
for
guys stay
indulging
safe.
her.
Yeah, for sure.
Appreciate that.
Anytime. Press away. Press away.
You have a good night. Stay safe, brother.
You too. Yeah, Paul, I hope it stays peaceful as well. We don't need any more destruction, chaos, and casualty. It's not what Kenosha is about. So, right now we're just kind of waiting for things to start.
Are you recording?
I am. How you doing?
That was my first. When you roll in.
everything has always originated here in the park, Christian. Generally waiting till after curfew to get everything started. I'm going to set you guys down here for a minute. I gotta go in my bag. What are we doing? If you guys are just tuning in, if you could share this stream, I'd appreciate it. Try to get as many people watching tonight as possible. Yes, there is a curfew. Been a curfew all week. So all businesses shut down again. Curfew in effect. Anybody out past curfew is subject to arrest. Yeah, for sure, Paul. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you guys could share this feed, that'd be great. Try to get as many people watching. Hopefully we have another peaceful night like we saw last night. So right now, just kind of staged up in the park across from the Kenosha County Courthouse. Just waiting for organizers to start the event. What we're seeing is the protesters, medical personnel gearing up for tonight, checking their med bags to make sure that they're equipped. They do have food and water stations. People are coming up and grabbing a bite to eat. And what we saw yesterday, there were a lot of breaks that were taken in the march to make sure that protesters were hydrated and able to take a break from a 7-hour-long march that happened throughout a very large portion of Kenosha. So, for those of you that may be wondering, CJ and Andrew will not be here tonight. They are on their way to Washington to capture the march that's happening on Friday. So definitely on Friday, be sure to tune in to CJTV and Mercado Media. Well, they were actually arresting people yesterday, Mark, that left the actual protest. If you were caught walking individually or in a group of two, there were individuals that were arrested. I couldn't tell you. I think it's been a mix of people out here. There are definitely some Antifa-like individuals, not the same caliber of Antifa that we are seeing in Seattle and Washington. But we have had a lot of people from out of town. A lot of people came in from Minnesota, from Seattle, from Chicago. So we see more people gathering. Well, I think a big part of last night was the fact that there was no police presence, which was keeping the hostilities down. But I also believe because of the big march that is happening on Friday in Washington, a lot of people left town because they are closing everything down, trying to limit the amount of people that get in, which is why CJ and Andrew left today. They were headed out to Baltimore to try to get into Washington. But they're definitely trying to close it down. Yeah, I mean, Kenosha PD was definitely out. We did see a lot of blacked out vehicles last night, but no interference. Last night was extremely peaceful. Anytime tensions did get high, or we even did see at one point law enforcement pass by, and a couple individuals from the protest threw objects at those vehicles. The protest was immediately stopped by organizers who got on the loudspeakers telling everyone to pretty much knock it off, that people's lives were at risk. They wouldn't continue marching until there was organization and peace, and we weren't out here to create chaos or violence or destruction, anything like that. So I thought they did a really good job last night of maintaining order within the protest. you guys are just tuning in, we are live in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Day 5 of the protests for the officer-involved shooting of Jacob Blake, who was shot 7 times. So yeah, right now just kind of waiting for everything to start. So I'm going to keep these feeds going all night long. Facebook does limit to 4-hour feeds, so if the feed does drop, I will be jumping back live again. Across the street we can see Kenosha County Courthouse. No police presence like we've seen in the past. For those of you that are not from Kenosha or Wisconsin in general, we do have a really, really beautiful courthouse. As you can see, they have put up a fenced barricade that is rather large. This not only goes around the courthouse here, but it does go around the police department, the jail. This does stretch for quite a while. Last night we had a bit more wind, so it's kind of beautiful seeing these flags actually flowing in the wind. But these fences are the same fencing that you do see in other cities like Minneapolis. Christian, I'm using a little bit older of a phone. I'm gonna be getting a newer phone here really soon that will have some better video quality. So. You know, technology. You know, between trying to buy electronic equipment, battery chargers, things like that, and then protective equipment, like the helmet that I wear, things like that, it gets expensive. one thing I will say, no matter what you guys see on video, on any video that you guys watch for any incident throughout the country, it is nothing compared to physically being in the middle of it. When you're down here, you can feel everything go from calm to tense. You know, and I'm shooting on the phone, but my eyes are constantly scanning the area around me. So, unfortunately, I see a lot more than what the phone sees. But it's just the amount of emotion that you can feel when you're down here. Even videos of the shooting the other day. There's some very, very graphic videos that are out there. You know, one of which was CJ applying the tourniquet to the gentleman who got shot in the arm. And that, you know, if you haven't seen that video, jump on CJ's Facebook page at CJTV. Super graphic though, I'm going to warn you. You can feel the intensity of that situation, but it's so much more magnified actually being here. Just physically watching people run and panic, and Andrew and I helping people through bushes and over fences while bullets are actually tinging off structure that we're behind. Even the fires the day before, you know, you can see a video of the fire and the smoke in the sky, but being down here, the smells, you know, your nose burning from the CS, your throat burning, your mouth immediately getting dry. It's a pretty intense situation. So from what we saw, and this is just our perspective, so Andrew and I were actually next to each other. CJ was across the street. Somebody had called out for a medic at the first shooting location before shots were fired. Somebody had called out for a medic. Now, protesters do have their own medical personnel. I personally didn't see medical personnel running in that direction, so that could be why Rittenhouse was running that way. So we saw him run, carrying the rifle, as well as his med bag. Moments later, we heard kind of a 3-round burst. You could immediately tell it was gunshots, not fireworks or police shooting mace balls or CS. Andrew and I started to walk towards that location, and next thing we saw was Rittenhouse running up the street, and members of the crowd yelling, "Stop him! Stop him! He's the shooter!" or "Stop him! He just shot someone!" And then, at which time, everything that you saw on the video there were accounts that there were other militia that were down in that location as well that were firing up the street. So that is why Andrew and I, like I said, when we saw the gentleman get shot in the chest, we initially started to run towards him to help. But there were shots coming from behind us as well as in front of us. You know, there were multiple people that were hit. There were multiple people that went down. So I was saying that earlier too. There's a lot of misinformation that about that situation that the media is spinning. Listening to even protesters talk about the situation that happened. We heard them talking about it last night during their protest. It's amazing the amount of people that could be standing in a location witnessing an incident, and so many people having a different version of what they saw. It looked like at least 7 were struck. So I've heard reports of 7 up to 8. We saw multiple people going down. But I think the reason the media is only talking about the 3 is potentially because they were the worst. Now, even that night, once the shooting had stopped and police had blocked off different areas, a lot of the journalists and videographers that were around, we were all talking, we were all looking at each other's feeds, just trying to make sense of what we even saw, what we recorded. So we did know a bit more than police or obviously general public, and other media. There's a lot of video that's up on social media right now, kind of piecing together a lot of the live feeds, basically following Rittenhouse from kind of start to finish throughout the night. But he was definitely attacked in the first parking lot where the first shooting happened. He was running over there, and he was attacked in the parking lot. The gentleman that was shot in the head was striking Rittenhouse from behind multiple times. The gentleman with the skateboard is not only shown throwing the skateboard at him, but also you do see still shots of him hitting Rittenhouse with it. He does get kicked in the face, and the gentleman that was shot in the arm was carrying a handgun and had the handgun out. Now there is speculation that you see Rittenhouse in the first location after the first shooting. He does walk up to the individual, checks on him, pulls out his phone and calls somebody. No, I don't know who. I haven't heard if they figured that out yet, but it was either 911 or potentially more militia. But there is audio of him saying either I just shot someone or I just killed someone. So what we think is that he was running back up Sheridan towards the police. You know, if you're a law-abiding citizen carrying a gun and you're involved in a shooting, the first thing you're supposed to do is call 911 and inform the authorities. And on multiple videos, you do see Rittenhouse trying to approach police with his hands up. Either way, it was extremely unnecessary and tragic incident where 2 individuals did lose their lives. Another one seriously injured. I couldn't imagine being in that scenario, being Rittenhouse. I would assume he would have had to be scared. You know, he's getting attacked in a parking lot. He's got a crowd chasing him down the street. The entire situation was extremely intense to begin with. Tim, there definitely was a handgun on the ground. You can see that on CJ's video. CJ does alert the police that there is a handgun on the ground, and there is video footage of the individual carrying the handgun. So that is definitely true. Yeah, CJ has video of the handgun on the ground, and then law enforcement personnel walking up and picking it up off the ground from where CJ was helping with applying that tourniquet. That's all I know. I'm not sure of any other details on that other than there absolutely was a handgun, and there is video of that individual carrying it. So Adam, to answer your question, there were, because of the fires the night before, there were a lot of business owners that called in some libertarian militia. There were organizers, I believe, from what I heard, and I'm not 100%, but there were organizers from Kenosha trying to organize to get militia from other states as well as here to help guard the businesses because they were fearing that more property would be damaged, destroyed, burned down. So there were a lot of individuals that did come from out of town here to guard local businesses. What I'm unclear of, maybe you guys could help me with this, to my understanding that if you are not a Wisconsin resident, you cannot open carry, regardless of whatever your laws are in the state you're coming from. So, like I said, I mean, I can only imagine what Rittenhouse was feeling. I think all of us could only imagine.
We're gonna go march to Library Park to make sure that they're not gonna arrest the library that they pulled over. If anybody wants to come, it looks like everyone. That's amazing.
All right, so it looks like some individuals were pulled over by Library Park,
Record it.
and the crowd is moving in that direction to make sure that individuals don't get arrested. We'll tag along and see where this leads us. But yeah, as I was saying, I mean,
This area is going to be vulnerable. There needs to be some people staying here. This area is going to be less vulnerable. And this is where the medics are in the supply.
In large groups everywhere.
Nobody should be alone right now.
either way, it was a super, super intense situation. But there is a lot of misinformation going around about that night. Like I said, even from people that were standing in the parking lot or in the street. So we'll just have to, unfortunately, be patient and see how that unfolds. Rittenhouse was charged. And at this point, we have to rely on the justice system to make its best determination on the outcome.
Tighten up, tighten up. Yeah, we gotta stick together. Let's stick together, guys. Stick together. Because follow line, follow. Tighten up.
Now, there's definitely not as big of a crowd as there was yesterday, nor is there a large media presence tonight. So right now we are headed towards Library Park. We have word that some individuals were pulled over. The crowd that was gathered in the park across from the courthouse is marching over there to make sure that those individuals do not get arrested. If you are tuning in, we are live in Kenosha, Wisconsin. If you guys could share this feed, try to get as many people watching as possible. Not seen anything organized yet, no chance, no official march.
Oh, they're going to. Yeah, they're trying to. Yeah, basically trying to stop. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Live stream for you guys.
you guys have word that Andrew is still here in town? Last I heard, they were leaving for Washington today. Look, something may have changed. Michael, where's Andrew at? Can you give me a location of where Mercado is? Yeah, I didn't think they were here. I've been with those guys for the last few days, and as of 5 a.m., they were planning to head out of town because they really want to be in Washington for the big march that's happening there. So right now this is a small group.
It's a whole movement. What you talking about? What you mean, a whole movement?
Line the front, stay close.
Don't arrest me, arrest the police. Don't arrest me,
Arrest the police!
don't arrest me,
Arrest the police!
don't arrest me,
Arrest the police!
All right, so we have come up on several KPD that do have a vehicle stopped. All right, the word is that they are letting the individuals go. I'm not sure why they were stopped. We got word of this while we were in the park across from the courthouse.
They will fucking kill you. They don't care. They will kill you. They don't care.
Well, officers are trying to let this individual out of the car, and the crowd is chanting to let them go.
Why is we arrested?
I took my phone. Anybody got that? I got 577, 578, 277. I'd like to ride. Of everybody here. I want everybody. Yes, I would love to know. You don't need to tell me. What's your badge number? Like,
Come on, let them get out.
that's not badge number. They illegally detained us. They searched my car illegally. I don't need you to tell me what to do right now. Please don't tell me how to handle it. Take care of your fucking self, kid. Oh, yeah.
Why the fuck is this sheriff even here? This is Kenosha. Why do they have the ARs out for two fucking
They said we were out past Mercy, we never stepped foot out this car.
That's what I said.
They yanked her off the car and threatened to tase her. They manhandled her and they picked her up off her feet by the handcuffs, the back of her arms. They picked her up.
We couldn't. They took all our stuff.
They yanked us out. We were sitting there trying to watch them and make sure no police brutality happened and make sure that they weren't being illegally detained. And four officers approached us.
They went into the trunk saying they were looking for our IDs. Why the fuck would our IDs be in the trunk?
Well, even if they were trying to search for IDs, it's illegal.
I'm saying, he said probably.
What are the charges? Why are they getting arrested?
No, they took my debit card. They got them released. They have my fucking name on
Anyway, we
Yeah, I told them I wasn't a problem. They had a pair of
For whatever reason, the cops released them as soon as the crowd got here and found these guys.
They tried to hide me from y'all.
They saw my hand.
When nobody was here, they knew that they could get away with whatever they were trying to do. But they can't do that in front of an audience.
No, I'll find out, but they're tanking right now.
Somebody bring a car full of. Somebody bring a car.
They literally showed me a pair of handcuffs, and they still put me in.
Anybody got lights?
Let me see the light.
I should be all good now. I'm just kidding.
The moment I started seeing they were coming, they put me in the car right away.
We literally parked right now.
Are y'all good? Are y'all good? Are you good? Are you good? You're good? Let's go. Let's go.
Karina is probably in the car. They were done. No, we literally pulled over, and that's when they were like, "Oh yeah, you breaking her." They didn't follow us, but then all four, there were four of them approached us. Pulled her. They reached in her car, unlocked the door, pulled her out. It's against the law. And then everything they did tonight was against the law. And then they pulled me out. They pulled their cases on us over. And then, yes, we pulled over just to see if they unlawfully did that for them. And that's what happened. Nobody stepped foot out of the car. No, nobody stepped foot out of the car. And then nobody broke. And then I said I didn't want to say my name, and they were like, no. And they threatened to fucking
This stuff happens every day. Every day.
They manhandled me. Yes, already in trouble. They kicked her out by the back of her arm. They moved me all the way over there. By the back of her arm. Yes, by the fucking back of my arm. And they were tight as fuck. And then this dude was like refusing to let it loose, and I'm just like, oh, why? Where are we marching? I don't know. I can't put my debit card in the car, so I don't know. But like that shit was and they searched my fucking backpack for no fucking reason, dude, and that's when they figured out my fucking name. I knew they opened up hers too. Yes. They took their keys out of the console and used it to open the trunk.
They pulled her out of her backpack.
They pulled my fucking debit card out of my phone. Fucking costume. Yes, we told them we were not leaving the car, and then they pulled the taser on her, and then they told her they were going to tase her too.
The hospital is right there, got a black truck with two of them in there.
And then they threw everything out her bed. Oh my god. I only got 3 badge numbers. It was Canada, and they wouldn't give me the rest. I said, can I get the rest of the badge numbers? They said, let's go. No, I got badge. She got the badge numbers of them. I got 2, 7, 578, and 570. And there was like either 504 or 544. You got 588? I didn't get 588. What is it? Don't give me your No. Yeah. We'll talk to the ACI.
I'm going to put this up on the site.
No, it's fine. No.
Okay, Rena, what town are you from?
I'm good. I don't want to. No, you could just put a note. I'm okay.
Okay, all right. Thank you much. Appreciate it.
He asked where she was from. No, that's unnecessary.
I'm with Kenosha News.
what exactly happened?
Okay, all we did was like pull over and like they were like, oh yeah, you're breaking curfew or whatever, and I'm just like, okay, like what the fuck? And then they like threatened to taser her because she said no, because like we're not
To get us at the car. Well, no, first they asked for IDs. We said no, you didn't break the law. You're not legally allowed to ask for IDs. They said if we don't give them IDs, they're arresting us. They said they were going to arrest us regardless. So obviously, like, we didn't give them our IDs. He reached and grabbed my door. It wasn't unlocked. Then he reached in there to unlock it. Inside my car, opens the door, pulls out his taser that he's going to save me if I don't give him my ID. Obviously, I get at the car, then they pull everybody out of the car.
And they threatened to taser both of us.
They were handling. I know you.
Yeah, and they were handling me very bad.
Here on me. They were handling the fuck out of her. Like they were like
I saw her handling. Yeah, that's exactly what he did to me, and I'm like 9.5. Like
they fucked up my life.
I don't think so. That's
One of them was from Sheboygan.
Like
Some of them are from Kenosha.
Did they arrest any of you?
They put me in the back of the car.
The other cars. Besides
the other
that,
car?
yeah, they took them. And
You know what? Did you know the people that were arrested?
No.
Before
we could even get names or anything, they threatened to taser.
No, there's no reason why they should take them at all.
What car were they in?
Well, do you know what car they were into? It looked like a black SUV, but other than that, I don't.
And do you know if they were arresting them for breaking curfew or anything?
Most likely, they were protesters. It was a BLM ban. It had writing on it.
Okay. And so you pulled over to check out what was happening.
Are you allowed to park here though?
Hey Jake, you open the car?
It doesn't say anything against it.
Multiple people in one car were taken.
Alright, so it appears a vehicle with BLM written on it was pulled over by multiple police agencies. This group that we just saw had pulled over behind, apparently to make sure that the front vehicle was not arrested, at which time law enforcement approached them. You know, and a lot of what I'm hearing in conversation with a lot of people that are out here, it's not just necessarily the systemic racism and shooting of black individuals. It's also individuals whose rights are being violated during routine traffic stops or in court systems.
They're coming back with reinforcements. Stay together.
If you guys could share this stream, I'd really appreciate it. Try to get as many people watching as possible. Sorry, I was distracted making sure that individual was alright. So I'm not entirely sure of what's going on. Doesn't seem like there's anything organized. Now, one of the gentlemen who was a main organizer of yesterday's protest is out here and trying to make sure that the crowd does stay calm.
Yeah, the pads end up bleeding completely.
You gonna give me a mask, bro, or what?
I got that from different people. We have gas masks at our medic table.
Well, go get me one so I don't have to breathe this nasty stuff in.
Right now, smelling my own breath.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah. And I gotta work tomorrow at noon.
Yeah, I gotta open at 9.
I'm not staying that long.
What, are you guys marching tonight, or
Well,
what's the
I don't know
what's
what
the plan?
more likely they're probably gonna march. Obviously, they've been marching and got arrested, but because of the other group coming in, it's too much for law enforcement to be able to handle that big of a group. So they released each and every one. However, the law enforcement did take some of their material, so they have at least identification of who these people are. And if they can't get them now, I'm sure they'll get them later.
Are they organizing in other areas of the city to?
They're talking about going to Racine. Also, more likely tomorrow and Sunday. Since the feds did remove themselves from here, it will get worse. It's too early right now because no one knows that the reinforcements end up leaving. One of my roommate, we won't give names, but he's in the National Guard, and they just took each and every National Guard out of here. So right now they're not planning on another big ordeal compared to the last few days that has been going on. But that's their worst mistake that they could have done is leave. They should have stayed a little bit longer, at least until the weekend, because the weekend is when it's going to get harder. There'll be more people.
All right. Thanks for that. And you're a medic with the protesters?
Yes, sir.
Assist.
I am here to only assist. I am not part of this. I totally get their cause. I understand the pain. We had a medic that got shot during this whole situation. He is A-OK. The only big problem right now that we're facing as medics is we're getting scrutinized that we're part of the law enforcement when we're not. We have nothing to do with the law enforcement. We're only here to help you. A lot of these medics that are currently here, their only purpose is to save a life. And it's hard when people have their own judgments and their opinions on street medics. Because some of these street medics don't have any type of licensing, but they are trained. There are programs that a lot of these street medics go through, specifically for rioting. They go through trauma care trainings, CPR, AED, and in case of shootings, they're capable of taking care of that. But for taking hospitals, that's where we have actual medics who are licensed to be able to take them to the hospital, because we have to present our medical ID in order to get patient into the hospital and get them properly treated. Unlike the last two that were supposed to go to the hospital, regular civilians tried taking them, but they turned them down. Kenosha Hospital turned 2 patients and they ended up passing away.
So you're saying two individuals that were taken to Kenosha Hospital were turned away?
Turned away. And if there were, I don't give a rat's ass. It's against the law for a hospital to turn down any type of a care assistance.
Do you know why they were turned away?
Because of the severity and dangerous environment that night caused, where...
Watch your filter there.
We had... Jesus. We had... we had where it got to the point that even law enforcement don't trust medics because we got so many people who are street medics and also acting out during these ridings. So it's hard for our jobs for us to do our jobs that we're supposed to, due to the fact of a lot of these street medics from different states trying to intervene for their own cause. But right now, the reason Kenosha turning down those two medics medical needs is because of the shootings. There was an active shooter that time inside the hospital, so they could not take nobody in.
It's like a protocol situation
It is a protocol,
for safety.
For safety. But in my opinion, from past medical experience, that's just sad that they turned them down because they end up taking two lives because of their choices. I don't give a rat's ass if there's a active shooting in the hospital. When you got two people on the verge of death, you have to do your job. That is your job, to take care of an injured person, despite what's going on. In the active war, active shooting, like if someone in Afghanistan, they're not going to turn down somebody's medical attention just because there are shootings going around. They're going to still take care of them. But luckily our guy did make it to the hospital because we do have identifications, we do have our licenses, and we're capable of taking into. However, mine did get taken away, but I'm still capable of doing what I'm supposed to, taking care of people. I still have my experience with working in the trauma unit and the ER. I'm out here. My medics, there's only one other certified medic that is here, fully licensed, in case anything happens, that we both can take them in and get them properly treated.
All right. Thanks for talking with me.
Yeah, no problem.
Stay safe.
Oh, God. It was living hell that night. I'm telling you, when we were out there and that kid started shooting, everybody was ducking, but luckily for one of our medics and a guy on a skateboard, they kept at it, tried to remove the weapon from the guy, but unluckily they did not succeed. But thank God it didn't get any worse than what it did, because it could have been more casualties than just 3.
Right.
But the fucked up part, I'm sorry for my language, is the law enforcement should have never allowed any civilian to have a weapon in the first place. At this point, and when there's rioting, they should have stopped those people and arrested them. I don't care if they had a conceal or whatever. At this point, because of the rioting, they should not have a weapon, because you don't know their mentality and what would happen under stress.
So, in your opinion, they should violate somebody's Second Amendment right to
No.
take their weapon
No.
away because there's active...
We already saw what happened just from experience of a kid who had a right to have a weapon, and his behavior ended up being very negative. He was part of the collision that was to protect Kenosha, but he got scared and didn't know what to do, started firing. That's the problem that we have. We don't know what these people are capable of doing, what would happen under duress. If they start shooting at people that just have guns and they think there's white supremacists or whatever. So that's why it's best for the gun-wise. If someone has a weapon and active shooter, leave it to the law enforcement and the whoever is in authority to be able to take care of a situation like that. A lot of my medic buddies, they do have weapons, just in case of emergency. Nowadays, medics do have sidearms, and our medic got scrutinized earlier today on Facebook. Somebody tried to bash his name
Was he armed?
Grooming. Yes, he was.
He was armed.
He had a 9mm.
So he was carrying a gun.
He
so
was
that is
scared.
a fact.
That is a fact.
And he ran up to Kyle Rittenhouse.
Not with a gun. He did not have it at first. He did not have it out until he started shooting. He did try running and getting the gun, but the moment that the gun started firing, then he removed his gun. Unless you're there, people need to stop talking shit. Honestly, you don't know what you're talking about. They started calling this guy a pedophile and all this and that, and this man does not even have not one record. Same with Mr. Black, the one that got killed. People were calling him pedophile and stuff like that. You don't know people's cases. You don't know legal terminology. You don't just because you read something, you don't know. The fact is this: his girlfriend and his baby mama decided to make a false statement, but they recanted. That's why he was not charged with a sexual assault. He was charged with a misdemeanor, and so people are trying to bash people's lives. Please do not.
That's why I didn't have the camera on him. He took his mask down. So for those of you that are wondering why I'm not shooting,
People just need to stop
because he took his
posting
mask down
stuff.
to talk to me.
People need to stop putting stuff on Facebook because 95% of stuff on Facebook is not fact. We were using Facebook in order to try live, especially to try and locate some of the situations, but a lot of it was so inaccurate. That's why a lot of us medics do have actual scanners and also actual walkie-talkies that are capable of listening to channels that the average walkie-talkie cannot hear. So we were able to perform the proper procedures if there was any shootings or anything. But
and that individual that was shot in the arm, they were able to save
Yes.
his arm.
He is good and everything. He's got full mobility. He was he got flown. We were at the hospital. We took him to the hospital here in Kenosha. They found a second shot in his shoulder. So they sent him to the hospital on the highway, the sister of Kenosha's hospital. They ended up finding that they could not do the surgery that he needed because of where it was lodged. So they flew him to Freighter, where he is from. He works at the hospital, at Freighter Hospital in Milwaukee. And he was properly treated. He's doing really well. The doctors told him that he'll have full mobility in his arm. They took out the dislodged bullet and got it out, and he's doing good. His family are happy that he's safe. He is, if I'm not mistaken, he's going to be coming out, not here because there's not too much activity, but there's been talks about racing possibly having a riot, and then Minnesota is going to be going harder yet. So, but he is active, and he's always amongst this crowd, making sure everybody's safe. A lot of these medics do put their licenses on the line just to make sure that people out here are safe, because they do have the right to assemble. They have the right to freedom of speech and bring out what their opinions are. What they don't have the right is to destroy our homes, our businesses, which is totally out of line. Hopefully one day people will learn the right way, as Martin Luther King himself did the right way of getting people's rights. He's a prime example of how we are supposed to civilly protest and voice our opinions correctly. But today's generation is a little stubborn, it's a little hard-headed, but I don't think it's impossible to teach them the right way. I mean, there's always going to be haters, despite it all. There's always going to be people who are going to cause problems. But if we have more people who are capable of keeping the crowd control and making sure no one's acting out, Kenosha done it right. Yesterday was awesome. We had an awesome, peaceful walk. No one got hurt except at the end. Someone threw a glass bottle at someone's head, and but they got taken care of and they're good right now. But we want to keep the peace. Kenosha wants the peace in their home. It's just people who are coming out who are making it harder for Kenosha to be able to trust even their own people in keeping Kenosha safe.
All right, bud. Careful. So if you guys were wondering, I wasn't filming his face because he took his mask down.
Come together, y'all. If you hear the protest peacefully, come united in the middle of the circle right now. I don't see nobody moving though. I said if you came to protest here tonight, if Kenosha was just, come to the center of the circle. Some of you out here for a purpose. I didn't come out here to be on camera. I didn't come out. I'm not even supposed to be here. That's all. I'm tired of this modern slavery that we stand side by side and we watch without saying nothing and doing nothing about it. Destroying our own city. Thinking that we're making a difference. No, we just proving their point. We didn't come here for that. We came here to make a statement, right?
Yeah.
Who lives matter?
Black Lives Matter!
Who lives matter?
Black Lives Matter!
Stand united. Let's make a move, y'all. Y'all ready to march? Follow my lead.
Hey, we're not trying to march. We're keeping everybody together. We ain't gonna stay together. Okay. Well, I mean, if we march, we need the medics here. When everybody left earlier, we had 10 medics left. Yeah, I think we're part of the small group. I don't know. This is not like a better way to do it. Yeah, it's hard. Like, it takes a little bit in each city to be able to form like a solid group. Milwaukee, it took a few days. Kenosha, well, them protesting made the protest.
So there's another group?
All right, so it does appear that this group that is gathered here in the park is just going to stay in the park. Nothing here seems to be organized of any type of march through town.
But if I hear them like start picking up, I know that we're.
I'm gonna take a seat here, guys.
I don't know. He didn't say anyone. He just talked about, I don't know what the fuck.
So it just does appear that their plan is to just remain in the park as a group and not do any marching. The medics were talking about not leaving the park. So where's everybody from? Give a shout out of where you guys are watching from. I'm taking a little break here from everything. Just kind of grabbing a little snack. I need some Cliff Bars. Just waiting here to see what the plan is, see if anything is going to be organized at all. Some people do want to march and others don't.
Come here, everybody! Everybody come right over here! Okay, they are now the others that you go to. They're going to do what we just did. They're going to march over there and go. Okay, everybody ready?
Alright, so it appears that there's other individuals around the city that are being arrested. And like we saw with the first incident here, they're marching to the locations where people are getting pulled over and arrested to ensure that those individuals do not get arrested. So, we're going to be on the move here. you guys are tuning in, we are live in Kenosha, Wisconsin. This is day 5. If you wouldn't mind sharing this feed.
Turn around! You don't have enough. Not smart.
Hey, over here, looking at us. You guys need to be coming with us. If you're here in your press, you need to march with us now. So you can see what they're about to do. Yes. Let's go. If you're here in your press, you need to march with us now. Let's go.
Stay good.
No peace. Stay together.
No peace.
Thank you.
No justice. No peace. No racist. Police. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice.
So protesters are concerned about the intentions and activity of law enforcement during these stops and arrests, and asking for press to follow them so that everything is captured on film. They are trying to hold law enforcement accountable for their actions. If you guys are just tuning in, we've got word of some individuals in town that have been pulled over by police officers, and the crowd is marching over to make sure that they do not get arrested, and also to make sure that officers handle themselves in a appropriate manner.
Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Take a break! Take a break! Yo, tighten up! Squeeze together! Tighten up! Squeeze together! Slow down! Stop! Slower! Try to get tighter! Gotta get tighter! Ain't no power like the power of the people. Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of the people don't stop. Ain't no power like the power of the people, cause the power of the people don't stop. The power of the people don't stop.
Here.
Send them killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. You said indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Indict, convict, send those killer cops to jail. The whole damn system is guilty as hell. Take a
right, so we are seeing law enforcement on the other side of this fence. As I said before, this fence is surrounding a very, very large perimeter.
We need some water out here too. You gave those racist killers water. Right. You gave them water. We want water too. Right. We want water too. We're peaceful. Right. We haven't done anything. Keep moving. Why are you attacking us? Why are you attacking us? Why are you attacking us? We gotta keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving. Let's go. Keep moving. Move. Let's go. Keep moving. Keep moving.
Y'all, they don't give a fuck. They get paid to do this shit. This is what they were created to do, to terrorize us.
What the fuck y'all protecting buildings for, bro? Don't protect the fucking street. We have y'all in the wrong fucking place. We got babies dying. We got women dying. We got grandmothers dying. Your mother, your aunties. Oh, my bad. It ain't y'all people, cause y'all don't live in fucking poverty. Y'all ain't got no fuck over there. And y'all got the nerve to talk about fucking looting. Y'all looting fucking America. Get the fuck out of here. Come on. Y'all got the nerve to talk about all lives matter. Huh? But y'all got them animals in the fucking zoo. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Y'all charge us to go in the museums. Y'all stole all them fucking artifacts. But we gotta pay to go in there. What the fuck wrong with that? But y'all talk about this is your America. This is your America. Land of the fucking free. Only land of the fucking free for the racist people. That's it, bro. That's it. That's it. Let's go. They ain't no shit anyway. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Hey, y'all should wait up there till we catch up. That's a rope, man.
All right, so we just saw a little bit of confrontation with the police who are on the other side of this fenced barricade. You have law enforcement who are blocking the perimeter of where protesters are walking towards.
Another 17-year-old killer. We can all laugh. What's the joke? You want to know the joke? Come on here with us. Don't worry about it. We want to know the joke. Didn't think so. Brother, I see that. I can laugh too behind a bitch with fucking guns. Hey guys, wearing the American flag, and we're fighting for our rights. Same rights you swore an oath to protect. So making fun of us is disgracing the flag you're wearing. Think about that for a moment. We're exercising the rights that the men who came before you died for. No peace! No peace! No peace! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter!
If you guys are tuning in, please share this feed. We are live here in Kenosha, where protesters have taken to the perimeter of this barricade surrounding these federal buildings. group of law enforcement here on this side. It seems to be what we've been seeing is law enforcement walking away.
These racist cops have got to go. These racist cops have got to go.
That's a whole black officer right there. Huh? There's a whole black officer right there. That's sad.
Here with us.
Black lives matter.
Uphold the racist system.
Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Hey, keep it moving. Stay together.
Black lives matter.
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 Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter.
If y'all want to keep children, you can. If you want to stay behind with our brethren and make sure they are protected, you can do that as well. But do not come here and try to tell people how to do what they do. And we're going to keep it moving. Black lives matter!
Black lives matter.
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 No justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Police.
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 Black lives matter.
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 Black lives matter. No peace.
No racism.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Police.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Tell me what democracy feels like.
This is what democracy feels like.
Tell me what democracy sounds like.
This is what democracy sounds like.
Tell me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Police.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
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 Say it louder.
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 Jacob Blake.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Remember his name.
Jacob Blake.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Remember his name.
Jacob Blake.
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 No justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Police.
No justice.
No peace.
No racism.
Stop it, we stop it. We staying together. Did you stop it? Oh, okay. We need to stay together no matter what. We not gonna do people. I'm just making sure.
Let's stay together, y'all.
Stay tight.
I have to slow it down. So we answer because we out here fighting for justice.
Everybody out here is a leader, so if you have something to say or you feel like it's something that needs to be shared, say it at any time.
Keep walking.
Okay.
Together.
So Milwaukee, do you guys want the hand signals are?
Yeah, we go like
This is slow. This is go. This is silent. You want to tell everyone?
like this, not like it. Yeah. I told you to lead it. You could have been our leader. We could have been at your page. Come on.
Hey, these racist cops have got to go. 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 I hear you. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, these racist cops have got to go. Black Lives Matter. Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Keep going. Yeah. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake. What y'all, I mean, I'm just here. What y'all want to do?
Are we tired? Do we want to
Right.
Martin?
Martin. Well, let's do this. It's our town. Black Lives Matter. Oh, hell yeah, I walk by and talk shit.
That's constructive.
We're gonna go talk some more shit real quick. Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace.
No racist.
Police.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
But they are, like, they're laughing. They have a flag out here.
You guys are just tuning in,
Hey,
blocking the perimeter
these racist
of this
cops have got to
barricade.
go.
Please share the feed. Try to get as many eyes on this as possible.
Racist cops have got to go. Hey, hey.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy. Louder! Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy. Louder!
Show me what democracy sounds like.
This is what democracy sounds like.
Sounds pretty beautiful. Show me what democracy sounds like.
This is what democracy sounds like.
Show me what democracy looks like.
This is what democracy looks like.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Say his name.
Jacob Blake.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
No justice.
No peace.
cops have got to go.
And on the back side of the house.
These racist cops have got to go. Hey, oh, these racist cops have got to go. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Those streets. Our streets. Those streets. Our streets. Those streets. Our streets. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Our streets. Our streets. Our streets. Our streets. Hey, hey. Whoa, whoa. These racist cops have got to go. Hey, oh, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, oh, these racist cops have got to go. Hey, oh, these racist cops have got to go. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Whose streets? Our streets. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy sounds like. This is what democracy sounds like. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Now open the door.
One more game.
All right, you guys. So here's the thing. So I don't know if you guys noticed. But as we were walking by, going about our way,
There's one, he's on the other side.
there's some members of the National Guard laughing and having a good time.
Oh!
Now, here's the thing, though. I'm not going to get disrespectful. That's not my message. That's not the way I do things. I'm going to stay respectful. My sister was in the National Guard, so I know there's good Guard members. Because my sister was in it, and she's a good member. So I'm not going to get disrespectful and stoop down to that level. Here's the thing, though. Maybe Black Lives Matter doesn't mean anything to them. Maybe they can't relate. However, they took an oath. They put on the uniform to protect America and uphold this Constitution. So now we have people in this country who are being oppressed upon and treated differently because of color of their skin. That's their problem too. So to be out here laughing at us and making fun of us as we walk by is a problem. So I'm not saying this, I know you guys are listening, to be disrespectful. I'm saying to look in your heart for a moment and understand we're out here fighting for our rights. Because we want the same rights you guys have. So think about that. I'm not being rude. I'm not being disrespectful. Like I said, my sister was a guardswoman. I understand. You guys are out here for a reason. But be respectful while you're out here. Do your job the right way. Have some dignity when you're doing your job. You're wearing the American flag. Do that with respect. Because I saw you guys laughing. I watched you guys laugh. That's not respectful. Don't disgrace the American flag.
Thank you. All right.
I don't know what's going on in the comment section of your live, but you could have checked in people before.
In their face. Just let it sink in. Let that sink in.
Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Say his name. Jacob Blake. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
What if that was your family member? It wouldn't matter, huh?
What if that was your son, your brother?
And we can go right through that tunnel and get in any neighborhood we want.
I'm also one out here that never got justice for what happened to my son.
We don't play.
In 2014.
Think it's a game. We don't play.
Think it's a game.
We don't play.
Think it's a game.
We don't play.
Black lives matter.
Black lives matter. Oh, and he was black. Black lives matter.
No justice.
No peace.
No justice.
No peace. These racist cops have got to go. These racist cops have got to go. Jacob Blake. Jacob Blake. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Say his name. Say his name. Jacob Blake. There's a bus coming. Stay together. Everybody get tight right now. Get tight. Get tight. Get tight. Bus coming. Get tight. Get tight. Lock arms. Lock arms. Lock arms. Let's go. Keep moving. Let's go. We're gonna keep moving though. We're gonna keep moving though. We're gonna keep moving though. Locking arms. Lock arms. Let's go. Get tight with the people around you. You guys have no reason to take anyone here
So
to
the
jail.
protesters have watched the bus coming down the street and encouraging other protesters to lock arms and gather together.
Y'all can't even serve. Exercising our rights, our constitutional rights as American citizens. Don't get it twisted, because we're all in America. We all have rights here. We all have rights here. And trust me, a lot of people out here know their rights. Do you know yours? Do you?
How much y'all getting paid to do the wrong thing tonight? You, right here with this light. You, with the shield. How much you getting paid to do the wrong thing tonight? How much y'all getting paid to do the wrong thing tonight? How much y'all getting paid to do the wrong thing tonight? How much y'all getting paid to do the wrong thing tonight?
Keep it moving, stay together! How we doing it, bro? We're trying to keep making it work, bro. Get out! You better get up better enough! They're gonna get you next!
Oh God, boy!
You already sold your soul! You already sold your soul, yeah? Shame on you.
Keep up with those push-ups.
I want to see something. It's about like talking out here. Y'all need to be allies to us and listen to us. Okay? And those that saying, oh, out of town, this is happening everywhere. This shit is happening everywhere. We all have a right to be here. It's no ego. This is love. We need to listen to each other. We need to stick together. And y'all need to listen to black people when we talking. Period.
Okay.
Be here for us. Okay? And it's not about one person. We out here together. If you got something to say, if you want to do a chant, do that shit. Do it. Come on, y'all. Let's stay together.
We shall overcome. We shall overcome. This is a sing-along. Everybody, deep in my heart, I do believe that we shall overcome. One more nigga try to stop me. It's gonna be some bad niggas in the lobby. You don't want no problem with me. That's everybody. We're here, gathered peacefully. We're asserting our rights. We have done nothing wrong. The only thing we are trying to do is be heard. That's it. There is no reason for us to be surveilled. There is no reason for us to be arrested. We are here. We have a right to speak up. What you suppress will only grow stronger. We will not be silent. Every single person here is a leader and has the ability to lead in their community. The point of this is to understand that and to show everyone, the world, because the world is watching, that we save ourselves. We don't need anybody to come in and save us. We are for ourselves. We depend on ourselves. We rise up together. Together we are a force that cannot be stopped. We are unstoppable. Everyone has seen these killings. We have the power to end this now. It hasn't ended because we don't want it. We aren't the ones with the power. I'm talking about the people who look like me. Because we have been suffering and nobody has been listening. It has taken millions of lives, and I say millions, because there's so many who haven't been counted. And it's not just lives that are taken, it's minds. It affects the mind, oppression affects the spirit. It's an all-out attack. So when you think about how you want to fight oppression, you have to understand you got to fight it on every level. Mental, emotional, spiritual. That's what I'm saying. Everyone here has something to offer. Everyone here has the power to do something. Whatever you're doing, turn it up. Turn up the heat. Get in the streets. Post up on the block. If you're a social worker, people need help. Go where they need help. If you're an artist, make art. But make sure it makes those who need a heart change uncomfortable. If you're an attorney, write legislation. Whatever. If you pick up trash, do something. Whatever it is, you have a skill. Develop it. Because what the world needs is you.
Run for office and change these laws.
Listen. People can get into office, but we have a system. The system is not built for us.
Right.
Really, I think we should dismantle it all together. But
dismantle the system.
I'm gonna go with what y'all want to do. So if y'all want to run for office, that's fine. Do that.
And I'm about to put it in.
Make sure that you keep in mind what's important here.
Reparations.
Reparations too. That's important.
My God.
Give us our money.
I think you should encourage everyone to like sit down and just sing some more.
You guys, if you want to just get some water and shit and everybody take a break real fast, that would be great.
This water been sitting there. It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
I should have
No, I really should have. No, I like when you talk, but when you sang, I think it really said a really good.
You should keep going. You have people listening. This is what the country and the world and the state needs to see.
Put y'all water into it. Y'all know the feds is really trying to kill us out here.
You have people's attention.
Hey, who out here got tear gas?
I don't want it.
Raise your hand if you got tear gas.
But I can't keep quiet. I can't shut up. I can't keep sitting able to shut up. I really want to, though. Trust me.
I'm just saying.
Alright, so we are taking a little bit of a break so people can
You
hydrate.
thinking about breathing, you feel like you think you're too hard to breathe or something. Yeah, you guys get face masks too. Everybody get a face mask. If you don't have a face mask, you probably should get one.
Anyway, you back up so you can get a view of it.
If you guys are watching, please share this feed.
I
think everybody should see what we all just watched. It's an opportunity for their voices to be heard.
Guys, there's a spring. Don't run into it.
Yeah, I agree, Adam. And so for those of you that were watching, what did you think of all of that? What did you think of the message? Did you guys hear what was being said? What was being asked for? Love to hear what you guys thought about all that. Hopefully she'll get back on the microphone.
But that's what we were worried about. We didn't know where Kyle or where Brian was. We were all worried.
No, he got no face.
We're back at the park. Kind of at a loss for
Just tilt the camera here so I can see you guys' comments.
I'm gonna show you this. I want to touch this later. I want to show you. Because we're not gonna be good here. We're too small to mess around. We're gonna get around this. But if we always at the same time as
I mean, you saw the bug.
Okay.
Would it be possible to give one more person a ride? They're trying to get everybody out here at the same time.
No, I don't think they're all catching Pokemon. Everyone's just taking a break. They marched around the perimeter of the courthouse and the police department. As we saw last night and tonight, they do take breaks to make sure that protesters are staying hydrated. They are concerned about the health and well-being of each and every protester that's here. You good?
Oh yeah.
Need a clip bar or anything?
All good, man. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. We just heard some type of explosion.
No, there's something going on that's not here. I feel like we're part of a small group.
Right now, Christian, everyone's just taking a break to get hydrated.
Just like a thing. I'll do that. Check it out.
So it does seem that they might be calling it. And
Hey everyone, we were part of the group that's been on the other side waiting for the people to get released. The people who have gotten released, the cops have contacted
face ID. So put it up on your fingerprint. All the hell will. Or your fingerprint. They'll take your thumb when you want handcuff and use your fingerprint to get your phone.
Does seem like this might be the end of it. They are talking about walking each other to each other's vehicles to make sure that nobody gets arrested, everyone stays within a group. You can see some blacked out Suburbans and pickup trucks that are kind of circling the area here. So I am keeping a bit of a distance because they are kind of talking privately about going home and how they're going to get there. So I wanted to give them some privacy so that they can safely get home.
Y'all, they setting buses on fire and shit. They got liquid shit around buses and shit.
That is a law enforcement vehicle right there. It is also a law enforcement vehicle. As is that one. Yeah, I think that's what everyone is a bit concerned about because they are getting reports that they are grabbing people. We've had reports of law enforcement pulling up on individuals that are walking by themselves or in very, very small groups and arresting them. Rumor has it that they're just being thrown into vehicles, having their phones confiscated and not given back when released.
Everyone hold up how much room have you got? Stand in like separate areas. And you guys are all close. Everyone else! Like, is that a cop car? Anyone close? Come close up. How many fingers?
There's definitely a lot more blacked out vehicles that are stationed up over here and continue to drive around.
So you know whose car you're going to be going in. These are the people that are close by. These people will then drive you to your car. These people have room for two. This person has room for five. This person has room for three. This person has room for three. We are all marching together to get these first cars, and then they're going to drive everyone to all the other cars.
Right now, everyone is trying to figure out how to get everybody safely to their vehicles and safely home. So they're kind of walking around, organizing people that have vehicles that can take others home that are walking, so that nobody goes to jail tonight. There are reports that law enforcement is grabbing and arresting either individuals or very small groups of individuals. This protest today has been extremely peaceful, like we saw yesterday. If you guys could please share this feed, because there was a moment of a young woman with a very, very powerful message. And I think people around the country and around the world do have the right to see that. Not just only the violence and destruction that we've seen here in Kenosha or other cities and states around the country. When we have moments like this where clear messages are being told, this is why they're out here, so that their voices can be heard. If you guys can please share this video. You can kind of feel the worry in the air. Everything went from just this kind of calm, very peaceful, nice breeze kind of night here in Kenosha, and the kind of tension and worry in the air has absolutely shifted. And this is what I was saying earlier, that you guys watch these videos and you can't exactly capture everything that's happening, the full emotion of the people that are out here. Now my camera is obviously focused here on the crowd, but my head and my eyes are scanning the area, and there are definitely a lot of blacked out vehicles that are surrounding a pretty large perimeter, not just around the park, but blocks surrounding the park. And that's what these protesters are concerned about, is that they're setting up rather large perimeters to grab people and arrest them. Yeah, I don't think it's that easy, Tabby. I mean, even for us, we were trying to leave, me, CJ, Andrew, some other reporters, and trying to pass by police that were barricaded up the other night, trying to get to their vehicle so that we could all go home, because everything was over. And they even lit us up as press, threatening to fire upon us if we continued further down the street. And this is when everything was over. We had been sitting around just kind of talking about the night's events, different things that we saw, just kind of unwinding and taking all of it in. So even for us that are clearly marked as press, we don't have free passage either.
They got the road blocked off under the bridge up there, like where we normally march through. I forget what road that is, but yeah.
52nd Street.
Yeah, cops 52nd.
52nd Street blocked off. Don't go that way.
Alright. I'll try and find a way out.
No, we were actually actually trapped on Sheridan Road. Protesters are talking about a roadblock on 52nd. The problem is that these individuals live in various parts of town, and it is going to be challenging for them to get home safely without getting arrested. But no, we were trapped on Sheridan for quite some time. Pretty much in any direction that we were trying to walk, we were essentially met by a police force clearly showing that we were press. Obviously, CJ with CJ TV and Andrew Mercado with Mercado Media are a lot more famous than I am. I'm kind of nobody, but law enforcement knows who they are. They were trying to signify that they were press, that we were just trying to get to our vehicles so that we could go home. And no, it did not matter. They were on the loudspeaker of the LRADs, telling us to turn around and not come any further down the street. We did kind of make a little stance ourselves, because we do have a right to pretty much go anywhere. But the show of force by police that it was going to be an issue if we continued forward. And then other officers did jump into another armored vehicle and shine the floodlights on us, and they did threaten to fire upon us. So just in the kind of tiredness of the night and not taking our own stance, we were exhausted, wanting to just go home. It's kind of the wrong time and opportunity to be making a stance against a very, very large armed force. We just retreated backwards. Tried to walk down a few other streets as well, and again, just kind of met by officers. So we kind of had to wait until some areas were cleared, so that we did have a kind of clear pathway down some of the like back roads, like all through kind of in there. It's the same situation that I face every night when I'm done filming. I take a specific way home. Tonight, though, I'm not going to lie, I am a bit concerned because I have seen several blacked out vehicles that have turned down in some direction of a path that I do travel. So, even clearly being marked as press, my backpack is marked as press, my helmet is marked as press. I do have a vest in my bag marked as press. I do have press credentials. May not necessarily be safe for me either. I do not take any of this stuff off while walking to where I'm going.
Fair enough, right.
Everyone sending a friend request, I will request or confirm your request when this live feed is done. If I confirm anybody's request right now, it'll stop the feed. So I am just standing here, still filming the crowd to make sure that everybody does leave this area safely. Once they leave, then I will leave. Yeah, Christian, I will. My company is actually called Never.Stop Media. I started it last year, kind of just picking and choosing little topics to to cover. I am still kind of working on the actual logo for the company and all of that. I do have a Facebook page that is being built, along with potentially a website as well. So it's just really kind of a matter of, is this something I, wanted to really pursue? Is it something kind of part-time, a career, kind of traveling around, documenting and reporting? But I do have a company registered with the state of Wisconsin. So I am working on it. So once I get the Facebook page done, then I'll make that live. But as of right now, I'm just kind of doing everything under my personal name.
And the fact that that man don't raise up to 5'7" now, and the fact that the fucking protest is very fucking it's not working.
Hey, you guys need a ride still? Because they're people. They can give you a ride. Wait, what? I said 1817.
No? Good on my end. Stay safe.
Hey! Hey!
So I am going to stay here until everybody leaves to make sure that everyone does get to where they're supposed to be going.
Oh, I lied. I felt that.
You want to put that down.
You're fired.
Everyone to come.
You're fired. Well, go, ladies and gentlemen.
It doesn't look like the young lady that graced us with some beautiful singing and a powerful message has left. I was hoping to get a chance to talk to her off camera. Hopefully we do have opportunities to see more of her in the future here. I think she could very well be a leader here.
Y'all stay safe here. Don't let nobody touch you.
If they gas you, they have tiny penises.
Hey, brother.
Really tiny penises.
I want to respect you guys' privacy walking your vehicles, but would you like me to follow you to keep things on film in case anything happens?
Yes.
Sure.
We're not going to vehicles yet.
Okay.
We're going right now just to one of the protesters' cars because some people are staying here tonight.
Okay. Kind of camping out.
Yeah.
Got it.
We're going to get a tent stuff and just safer numbers.
All right.
But yes, when we
just
do decide to do that, yes, that would be extremely beneficial.
Yep, I'll walk with you, and whenever you ask me to stop filming, I will. I want to make sure you guys are safe. I don't want to compromise your safety.
Got a lot of crazy things in my life.
Unfortunately, that documentation could be the one thing that saves a lot of people. So.
Right.
Oh yeah,
That's why we're out here. Make sure you guys are being heard and.
When they tried to arrest those kids like that. Were you guys with us when they did that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Blatant disrespect to the Constitution. And then we actually pulled up on another incident. They pulled over the Revolutionary Eats van because they seen them at the protest. Is what they told them.
When I was going live with the
So because they exercised their First Amendment right, they pulled them over, searched their car 4 times, found nothing, searched their car a couple more times, arrested 2 people, but on no charges. They said he's not being charged with anything. We're taking him downtown now. They wouldn't tell us why, and I still don't know if he got released. Oh, wow, okay. All right. I'm assuming he did since Revolutionary East left. Thank you. They did, all right, they did release them, but they released them without any of their phones. Which doesn't make sense to me, guys. The fact that they released them with none of their phones. I mean, I understand why, but I just can't wait for an officer. Yeah, they are.
Yep. I'm glad I can.
So I'm going to aim the camera here at the courthouse because we are at somebody's vehicle. I do want to respect the safety and privacy of this individual. It appears some of the protesters are going to be camping out here in the park across from the Kenosha County Courthouse. So if you guys are just tuning in, please share the feed. This was a very, very peaceful protest tonight. We did march across the perimeter of this barricade fence that you see here. And one of the protesters came on the loudspeaker and started singing, and then had a very powerful message. This is what they want. They want their voices to be heard. That's why I'm out here, as well as other independent journalists, trying to make sure that their voices are heard. It was a great opportunity for their message to get out in the midst of peace. And I would greatly appreciate it. I'm sure every individual that was here tonight protesting would appreciate this video being shared. I do believe the entire city of Kenosha, state of Wisconsin, country as a whole, and the world has the right to hear this and should hear this. Not all protests are violent. Not all protests are destructive. There's a couple of media people that are left. The majority have gone home. Due to the concern and the fear of these individuals getting home safely, I am going to stay and continue recording until they ask me to stop. Once they start walking towards their vehicles, once I guess I get it to a certain point, I'll stop recording. Half of the crowd has left in groups and in cars. But again, because of the fear and concern due to law enforcement here in Kenosha picking up and arresting individuals and very small groups of people that are trying to walk home or get to their cars to drive home. They've been arrested. As you see right there, that is a law enforcement vehicle. So they are circling the perimeter of this park as well as several blocks. And multiple individuals have been picked up tonight, according to reports from the protesters. Yeah, we're still at the Park Christian. This entire protest was more of just a stance here in the park. They did walk the perimeter of this barricade fence all the way around. We walked that a couple of times while they were chanting and shouting at law enforcement that was behind the fence. There seemed to have been some laughter from I'm not entirely sure. It's a little dark out, so I'm not entirely sure if it's law enforcement or if there is still some guard. I believe it is KPD as well as Sheriff's Department that is standing guard there. According to a few of the protesters, as we walked past, some of the law enforcement members were laughing who knows what they may have been laughing at, whether it was the protesters or a joke that they made privately. But some protesters took offense to it and reminded them to act accordingly and professional and with dignity while wearing the American flag. Shortly after, we did have a young woman that came on and started singing. Very beautiful, powerful voice, and gave a really good, clear message of what this group wants and what I'm sure many groups around the country want. So, just kind of hanging out until everybody feels like they can go. As I've said, there are multiple blacked out vehicles that are circling not only the park here, but also a several block radius. So you do see right here some protesters who are setting up a tent. They do plan on camping out here. So this again was more of a stance in the park tonight, more than anything, exercising their First Amendment right to assembly. So it wasn't really about marching tonight. It was more about the right to assemble. So we do have law enforcement that is approaching right now. So
Hey, there was a problem and an issue last night as far as people staying here. To the city park that's not allowed to stay here. So we're not allowed to pitch tents and put stuff up. Since we did it last night, we have to keep enforcing that. So unfortunately, we can't let you guys stay here. Does that make sense?
Well, like, here, if we're trying to leave, y'all are gonna stop us there.
No, we're not going to stop you. Are you guys trying to go somewhere? Go ahead.
Can we put the tents on the street? Because the public street is there.
No, that's too dangerous for everything that's going on. No, you just got, you can't stay overnight in the park. You know what I'm saying? As far as sleeping and everything else.
What if you stay overnight and you're awake on the bench all the time?
I mean, we're
think
getting
we allow more. We all know at some point
This is a protest type
we're the
of
real
thing.
people
one
that
at a time.
really,
One at a time.
One mic, guys.
Yeah.
One mic. This is a protest. So,
we don't care about losing.
constitutionally.
No, I got you. All I'm saying is we
Hold
don't.
on, she's speaking. Constitutionally, we do have a right to stay here.
Well, he means like
I'm sleeping over and putting up tents and all that stuff. But we're not trying to get you guys out of here. All I'm saying is I don't want people putting up tents and like.
But we can keep marching?
Is there a curfew or like what?
There is a curfew.
There is a curfew, so
But
we're.
you're cool, like you're cool if we just go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to
Nobody
bust
knows.
anything on the curfew at this point in time. So
We
what's
can
that?
stay awake though. We could just stay awake right here all night.
Yeah, I mean I'm not trying to.
Can we keep marching?
Essentially, the structure is the issue, I believe, because that makes the.
He doesn't want it to look like people live in.
Right, like because last night people were putting in like a pull behind trailer almost and everything. I think, and we're like, you can't do that. So I don't want to create the impression that
I
we're
think
allowing
that's
it tonight
just for
as well.
the people's own safety for themselves.
What's that?
To have some type of structure.
Yeah, but our park ordinances and everything don't allow that.
See, that's what I was already. So he doesn't mind that we're here and we're protesting here. He doesn't want people like camping out and like.
Yeah, we can't put up things within the park. That's just that it's not allowed.
Within the park. Are you a Kenosha cop? Okay.
I am. Yep.
So we can put the tent on the street.
I
see it on your map. Tent on the street because the street, this is
No, you can't put anything in the street either because then you'd be impeding the parkway. I'm not trying to make this hard. I'm just, you guys can stay. Hey,
We
listen.
don't need any time. That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you for approaching us.
Yeah, man. It's all good. I'm just saying, you guys don't have to leave right now. I'm not trying to bust your chops on anything like as far as the curfew goes. You guys are being very cool.
Yeah, we're trying to practice
Being
civil
very cool,
disobedience.
but I just don't want like tents to go up and all that stuff because we just can't allow that, right? Cool. Thanks, guys. Yep.
Thank you.
Have a good night, guys.
Wait, gang unit?
What gang are you out here for?
They have all the cops out.
Are you guys against?
It's not specific. Unfortunately, it was size. We only have so many cops, so we got additional duties and all that stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This is we're. I
don't think you're in a gang.
We're not thinking you guys are in a gang.
That's what y'all said?
No. We're what counts the size is 100,000 people. We can only have so many cops, and we're out here like everybody else.
I know you put cops in 7 different places.
Right?
Yeah.
It's all good. But, all right, so just you guys are good to go. Just no tents, and like I said, we're not gonna. The curfew is an issue, but at this point, we're gonna let that be.
At this point, like the entire night.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys are being fine. I just like I said, I don't want.
He just doesn't want like
people to campsites and all that stuff.
So we saw someone getting arrested over there by a silver pickup truck. I came, like I saw someone getting arrested by like assuming police in an unmarked silver pickup truck. I assume, are you guys arrested? You guys are gonna be arresting us as we leave.
I've already talked to. Here's the thing. I'm in charge of multiple units out here. I'm a sergeant, okay? All right. I'm a sergeant. So I'm in charge of multiple units out here, and that's not our intent. So there's. Go ahead. Does that make sense?
Yeah. We just don't want to get like we're scared to like go back to our cars.
No. If you're going back to your cars, you can go back to your cars, man, and just it is what it is.
We're just trying to like kind of occupy the park to make like a statement.
Go ahead. What's your name?
I'm sorry?
What's your name?
Mimi.
Trevor.
Trevor, okay. Why is it that you all are arresting people that are bringing in supplies?
Well, as far as what kind of supplies?
Medical supplies for the people that are out here that
I don't believe that we've done that.
Actually, you did yesterday. Literally, yeah.
Yesterday,
not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Trevor, you took our U-Haul yesterday.
Yesterday, you all confiscated a U-Haul. Do you remember that?
Yeah, we did take the U-Haul.
You remember
and we found bats in there and armor and everything else. So.
Right. So
that's
my
not
question is it okay for you all to be armored and not us?
Well, it's not okay
because
to bring.
Because you guys come out here and riot gear, right?
I understand.
And we're coming out here, most of us. Honestly, I think I'm the only person out here within this group that's armed. So.
No, that's fine. That's fine. But here's the thing. And I'm not gonna stick around all night and occupy you guys' time. I appreciate talking to you.
No, but
this is my duty uniform. This is what we wear to work.
Right.
With everything going on here in this city, burnt up and everything else, and 4 people shot the night before, we're a little bit more cautious, and we're.
So don't you feel like we're being cautious because of the way you guys shot Jacob Blake? You don't
I'm not
think
gonna discuss that.
Because you know the truth.
If you guys want to start making changes and you want this type of stuff to stop, we need to talk about them go because they're trying to bring out more people right here. Can you go?
No, you're good. We're good. Why, guys?
Yeah, look at all those people.
All right.
So wait. Can we discuss one more thing?
One more thing, and then people are calling. I told you, I'm in charge of a lot of units out
on
here.
On the live video last night, the militia was saying that the police department told them that they would push the protesters into them so that they could handle them. What is that?
I don't know.
He doesn't have the capacity to like answer statements like that.
I don't know. I don't know.
We don't need you to give us an explanation. Let him answer for himself.
People that were driving around the
Thank you.
with guns and stuff, they were literally fully armored. AR-15s. In all of the live videos I watched, they were in all of them. So I mean, like they were definitely had very heavy questions. But they got on live and said that the Kenosha Police Department told them that they would push the protesters
I
to
did
the
not deal
militia.
with those individuals, so I deal with my unit, and my unit rolls a certain way, and everyone out here that's wearing a uniform is rolling in the same mindset. So I can't speak for any citizen.
One at a time. Why are you guys arresting people though? That's what we would like to know. Why are people keep getting picked up and arrested?
I mean.
We need to know because we feel like we're in danger, right?
You're not in danger right now.
But we do because
I'm
it's
telling
like
you, you're
every
not in
other
danger.
minute we're hearing about you guys snatching people out of vehicles.
Hey, listen, I'm telling you guys, you're not in danger.
What's your name?
Okay.
Trevor.
Snatched somebody earlier. I think
There's a video for sure.
No, they can go, but
Officer
we
Albright.
just want to talk. That's
Officer,
all.
can I ask you a question?
We need to
One
know.
more, and then I gotta go to my guys. Then guys, so one more turn.
No, it's fine. I'm an independent journalist. My question to you guys is, during the George Floyd protests and small lootings that happened in town, in Kenosha, correct, there were armed citizens of Kenosha as well as some militia that came, and Kenosha Police Department made them go home. My question to you is, with the armed militia that was coming from out of state, why did KPD as well as Sheriff's Department allow those armed citizens from other states to occupy this town?
I can't answer that as far as those. Yeah, I mean, I can answer a lot of things that are happening right now with this park and everything else.
Inside Kenosha? Like
So I mean, I as far as those other protests go, there's a lot of things that have evolved since then with our department. I don't have the time, or I just don't have the best answers for you because I don't know what you're fully talking about. So you know what I'm saying?
And we need to direct our attention to him because he has
When
I have
can
a
we?
personal
I gotta go, guys.
Honestly, I want to ask you one more question. When
Kenosha,
can we set
or
up
you guys more
something
like the
where
suburbs out
we
there?
talking to y'all and y'all not over there?
Yeah, I know that, but like, when I used to be
We
here
need
at
to
one
have
point,
this
I was
conversation.
becoming like a police.
Honestly.
So I looked into it and they said the
Because guess
residency
what?
zone is pretty big.
I
You
don't
can, like,
think
live-
that y'all
I have
understand
the
why
theory
we're
that
here.
if we had
Y'all
more
think
police
that we're
like,
here
lived inside the
just to
city limits,
destroy
they would have
I don't.
more
We here because we
engagement with
want
like the local
justice.
people, know the neighbors, and
So
with lower
if
tensions between
y'all
What do you think?
understand-
I've came to talk to you right now. That's a start, right?
I think it would be really helpful.
I feel like we need a lot more than that. Because y'all's been fucking people up out here for 4 days now. And it's kind of like,
Well,
bullshit.
I'm just
It's
telling.
been a bunch of BS.
Somewhere we can sit down for an hour or two, you know, we gotta rush off and take care of it.
That would be nice, like a public Q&A.
Right. Well, that would have to go through my chief, man. I'm just a sergeant of.
And we gotta wait till they step down.
Chief of police?
Yeah, or the mayor.
Well, he blamed us for getting
They don't
shot,
give a
so,
fuck about black people.
Like, that was bogus.
All right, guys. You guys
Sheriff
watch out
and
for the
y'all's
park.
chiefs don't give a fuck about black people.
Quit your job.
All right, so the protesters were just approached by officers, part of the Kenosha gang unit, due to the tent that was being set up, informing them that they are not allowed to set up structures within parks in the city limits. You did see there was some discourse between protesters and law enforcement of Kenosha. It was very civil, very peaceful. They had some very valid questions. I really did want to get my question in because I am wondering why during the George Floyd protests and riots / kind of lootings and damaging to businesses, there were armed citizens and militia that were coming from other states up here, as well as Kenosha individuals, and Kenosha Police Department made every one of those individuals go home during the George Floyd time period. But in this particular case, over the shooting of Jacob Blake, armed libertarian militia, not only from Wisconsin, but also from surrounding states, were allowed to occupy our streets with loaded weapons. It is to my understanding that there is no open carry for out-of-town residents. I might be wrong on that. If you guys know a bit better. But either way, I'm still wondering why individuals were sent home prior, but in this particular series of events, they were allowed to stay, which did lead to the shooting and killing of 2 individuals and seriously injuring another.
he has some guns in his car. They found some guns in his car.
Alright, so there is a situation occurring behind us of arresting an individual. The crowd is moving forward towards the officers.
Yeah.
One person go. Let him go up and talk. Everyone stay. Everyone stay. We're gonna let him go up and talk.
Oops, sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. They're not like illegal or nothing. He's like licensed.
He's been drinking, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
We
Thank
don't
you,
wanna
though.
cause problems with you guys. So.
Thank you. We don't want another Tuesday.
Alright, so it appears that there is an individual who is intoxicated that is carrying some weapons, and officers stopped him before entering the parkway. So they are arresting an individual right now that was coming in the vicinity of the park. He has been drinking tonight and is carrying weapons, and officers are taking care of that.
That's no fucking help.
Al.
I'm gonna legally park this car.
George, where are you?
If you guys are just tuning in, please share the stream. Right now we have an individual that was coming in the direction of Civic Park here. He has been stopped. He is intoxicated and was carrying weapons. Officers are arresting him now.
Don't knock my head no. I don't want to do that. Okay, come on. Come up here and just turn around. We can't do that. Why? You're under arrest. Come on. Come on. Wait a minute. Will you let me get in by myself? Let's go. Leave me alone. George, have a seat. Sit down. I can get in. Okay, do it. Go and move. Get the fuck out of the way. Get in the car. You're going to push me. Get in the car, George. I can get it. I can get it by myself. Now push yourself in. Don't worry about it.
Alright, so the incident that we just witnessed was an individual headed towards Civic Park in a vehicle. He was pulled over. He's intoxicated. He was carrying weapons. There was some concern with protesters about why so many police officers were kind of encroaching on the area. And officers had come over to let them know that there was an intoxicated individual with weapons, and that they were arresting him to make sure that there was no incident here at the park. Protesters are practicing civic disobedience right now. They tried to set up a tent, at which point law enforcement did approach to let them know that they can't do those types of things.
Part of the thought behind like nonviolent civil disobedience is that you look for laws that really don't exactly make sense, and then you break them so that you can upset the power system, right? So like T-pin. That works.
Bring 30 tents out with the
That works. Like,
I hear you. I'll run that through Kenosha Accountability Coalition.
Does anybody know?
Let's the Kenosha side. Where y'all want to go? And I'm about that. Sheriff Beth, Meniscus, all them.
I agree.
most definitely. Yeah, for sure. Most definitely. That's exactly like you're not allowed to be in the streets. So what do? We pack the street with cars. We don't move anywhere. Like that's non-violent. It's disobedient. It's pissing them off. So like one suggestion I would have. I don't want a tent out. I don't want a tent out in the park all night. You know what I'm saying? But if you already said everybody bring a tent tomorrow, and everybody's gonna tent out in the park, fuck it, I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? I'll do it because they told us not to do it. We're being non-violent. We're doing it. It's gonna get under the skin. What are they gonna do? We're gonna arrest us and throw us in jails where it's COVID-19 just because we pissed a tent? That makes them look bad. That makes them look bad. So we have to do things that make them uncomfortable, but put them in a position where if they do anything about it, they're the ones that look bad. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Exactly. All they was doing was walking across the bridge. All they was doing was walking across the bridge.
If we decided to
Are you okay?
And they put dogs on children. All they was doing was walking across the bridge and they took dogs on children.
I'm a team player. Everybody out here ideas matter. It ain't my ideas. Obviously it's just us out of
But we need to be aware of the most vulnerable people out here. The decision making needs to be made from that standpoint that whatever we decide to do, we have to keep in mind there are vulnerable people here that will be in more danger than others. So when we're making decisions about what we're gonna do and where we're gonna go, everyone here, especially allies, need to understand. Y'all have to understand where we're coming from. We've been dealing about the whole system and going through the streets. When we're strategizing, we need everybody on the same page with us. And we're the main ones being affected by it. Like, things like it wouldn't happen.
Well, another thing that we did last night, like I grew up around like last night when we did it, it was a bad apple. It was a bad apple that started to do that. If I'm a home,
When I saw like
they got the right to
Never go up to the door. Always as long as you're not on someone's grass in their yard on a public sidewalk.
can't. That's like a Jehovah's Witness knocks on my door. I shoot him in the head, and I'm going to like. I mean, I hear you. But like, I hear you. But the only reason I said that, like, you saying like, the only reason I like trying to bring so much is like, let's say we had a organized group like this, right? What's wrong with going to a judge's house and say, hey, let's have a conversation? I mean, I hear you, but you don't need to be a fucking judge. Anyone of these fucking cops, bro? I hear you, yeah. I hear you.
Private outlets too.
I'm saying, okay. So it's a little, we plan. I hear you, bro. Okay. Different sides of this, okay? Yeah. I'm just saying as an idea. I'm not trying to shoot guns down. I'm just saying like as an idea, like we had a plan to go over there, knock on the judge's house. It's a little rowdy tonight.
I got you.
Say maybe we don't do that tonight. But let's say we had a good night, right? It was all peaceful. It was all cool. We had the numbers. You know what I'm saying? Power concedes nothing without a demand. So like at a certain point, Frederick Douglass, it wasn't me, it was Frederick Douglass. Absolutely, man. Frederick Douglass, power will concede nothing without a demand, right? And so, like, I'm just saying, I was in the scene, we did the same thing, right? And, like, we had people coming out, people against us, people want to have a conversation. We never had city council members come meet us. We never had the mayor post on Facebook, oh, it's cool to protest, keep it peaceful. He never came out to meet with us. You know what I'm saying? What I would like to see is for us to have like every voice is important, but there's a common voice that says, this is why we're here, this is what we want, and this is how long we plan on being here until you're able to give us what we want. And unless we're meeting them where they are, or unless they're coming out to talk to us, that message never gets across. It's just all these people want nothing. People are just out here for nothing. People are complaining and they don't want nothing. No, like let's write something down. Let's write something down and publish it. So like these are our demands. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what the fucking Joker's name is, but we want him off the court. We want charges pressed. Most definitely. I'm not from Kenosha. Say what? Are you from Kenosha?
And I think everybody that's not from Kenosha that's here, you know, a lot of us lost friends are they don't. And one thing I've been saying, you know, a lot of people from Kenosha, how the hell did out of town say, my answer is, well, if all of you were out there, we wouldn't need other places to come. So, you know, like the dude that I've never seen out here. That's right.
This is wrong. What happened to Jacob Blake was fucking wrong, bro. We all watched it, and if that's
like Tyrese West up there.
We wouldn't even know because they don't even have to wear body cams here. Crazy.
And for the people that don't know, I had a sign yesterday. Excuse me. I had a sign yesterday that had about 5 or 6 names on it. On my sign, it was black and white. It was about 8. Yeah. So people that's not from Kenosha don't know that Kenosha has a history of killing people. Not just black people. White people as well. White people are
Bill? What's his name? Michael Bell.
Yes, sir. Michael Bell.
They did that Tyler. Wasn't it in front of his house? Yes. He was by a car. Literally.
In front of his mom and sister.
In front of his mom and sister.
Yeah.
So for people to think that this is democracy. We out here marching. We out here marching for change from the top to the bottom.
Kenosha, because they cover it up. Michael Bell's father spent millions of dollars on his son, and all he wanted was justice for his son. He has the mayor, the police, and everybody, they cover that up. So a lot of us here, not just because we marching, but what's going on. For white people, Hispanic people, Asian people as well. Especially like I'm just saying as well. I went to Trevor and Red High School. Yeah, so like a lot of people don't realize how prominent it is. The Michael Bell case is directly responsible for all of the states that have laws that state police departments are allowed to investigate themselves. Exactly. You have to have an outside agency come in when police kill another. Michael Bell's father is responsible for those laws being passed. But at the same time, even though states all over the country passed that law, he still has not gotten justice for himself. One of those cops is now in leadership of the police force.
Well, and then fucking police people here.
David Beth, when those kids went to the outlet a couple years ago, and they ran in the outlet and they stole some clothes. Our sheriff made a statement and he said that those kids should be locked up. They were from warehouse for the rest of their life. You know,
no recreation.
For some clothes, for stealing. Who never stole?
So they can't procreate. Right.
Who
So
never
they can't
stole?
procreate.
Yeah, who never stole?
You said that. Yeah. If they aren't doing good in school. Some people are not worth
Damn. Oh wow. And do you know I was at the time I was incarcerated for one of the kids. 18-year-old kid from Milwaukee, never been in trouble in his life. Never. Got with some friends, decided, hey, let's go to the outlet in Kenosha, let's take some clothes and run out the stores. That's all they did. Is they wrong? I'm not sitting here like saying like, yeah. But no, do they deserve to be in jail for the rest of their life for some fucking clothes? Fuck out of here. No.
It's time to stop being politically correct. These people.
I had another guy I knew named Bobby Sherrod that was killed in front of Johnny Midnight. Maybe the same summer, maybe the summer before Michael Bell was killed. He was walking naked with his kids in the street and he was killed by Kenosha Police Department. My thing is if someone is naked walking down 22nd Street, obviously it's a mental health issue going on. Number one, this guy not in his right mind. Is he armed? How can he be armed if he buck naked, you know?
What's he gonna do? Pull a knife out of his ass?
All right, that's all right. If I do get cut off, I'll come back on. Everyone that sent the friend request, I'll accept it so you guys can jump on the feed. What's up, brother? How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, so if I do get cut off, well, here's what I'll do. I'll just end it now, and then I'll jump right back on. And I'll accept everyone's friend request, and please make sure you share this out again. So I'll end back on. Alright, we're back up. It took me a few minutes. I had quite a lot of friend requests, so there's still a bunch more coming in. As you can see, we are on the move. So there was a phone call that an individual was getting arrested. Some protesters ran to the area while other protesters are walking. So this is the spot here. And forgive me, I'm not running. ran enough during fires and shootings. So we do have another incident. We got word that protesters were being arrested. I didn't know. I'm also not trying to run up on Kenosha Police Department in the middle of a stop in the dark. It's a good way to get football tackled to the ground. Press patches or not.
Mind if I film it? Do you mind if I film and talk to you?
No, I don't want to be filmed.
That's fine, no problem. I'll take notes. There's no problem at all.
Alright, so
You fit the description! I mean, basically, he wasn't doing nothing. It's a whole bunch of... I'm not even from Wisconsin. I'm from Illinois. So they just pulled us over and they didn't tell us why. We had 4 other people in the car. Police. No, they all... They tell us why.
That I'm trying to go pick up. We can't get there because of this roadblock. And we just
family members. I came out here to get my hair
just pulled over. We didn't.
My cousin, she's the braider.
No reason. You know, no reason at all. I just left my house on 61st.
Tomorrow, so I said, okay.
I don't know. They just put us over.
I don't want to get my name first.
That's okay. Are you okay? Okay, Chad! Wait up! Okay, if you're not happy. Hey! Okay, that's no problem. But anyway, you were coming to here. They pulled you up. As you were driving,
what it was, we, okay, 61st, or 60th, and Sheridan has that roadblock going north, you know, get the roadblock, so we can't get down to Sheridan. We have to go around, and it's a lot of other.
You take 7th of the Sheridan.
Yeah, but we didn't know that, so we're trying to find zigzag our way through, and they pulled this over.
and then they just took 3 people?
And they just took 3 people out because they said they did aggressive. And my son is in, my cousin is in, he's going to plays basketball. He's in college basketball. And he was one of the ones. You know, he is an adult, but you know, he don't have no record. He doesn't have.
Was it all men that they arrested?
No, it was 2 women and a man. They were 2 twins and a man.
The 2 women were twins?
Yes.
Okay.
What's wrong? Oh, nothing.
What did they say to y'all when they were arresting you?
They just said that come on, cuz. Let's go.
Why did they arrest you?
Well, they didn't arrest them. They didn't care what they were arrested. They were just trying to figure out what's going on. They were in the press. They didn't even tell me why they pulled us. So we need to go to the police station. That part.
I got something to tell the
That part.
The
police station
They said over the scanner that they're specifically going to groups that are not filming. So if you guys ever end up getting away from the crowd, pull your phones out, start filming.
Oh yeah,
that's
I'm live on every
time.
If you're walking away from the group, make sure you're filming, make it super obvious you're filming, and make sure you're live on Facebook. So turn your flash on.
I also just got an alert.
Turn your flash on so they see that you're recording.
Putting strips down for cars for some reason.
They're doing what?
Putting spike strips down.
They pop my tires. I'm about to
Stripping cars.
Alright, so if you guys are just tuning in, protesters received word that there were some individuals that were pulled over by the police department. We just walked over there. That was happening while I was trying to get the feed back up. Basically, KPD took 3 individuals, 2 female and a male, apparently for being agitated on why they were stopped. There was no other indication of why they were being taken into custody. There are 2 females still in the vehicle. Apparently they are from Illinois and were out here to visit family. They are trying to get home, and they were stopped by KPD. 3 other individuals, 2 females and a male, that were in the car. Police took them apparently because of being agitated for being stopped. There is also word that KPD might be putting spike strips down in different parts of town on different roads, and also over the police scanner. This is what I'm being told. I do not have access to the police scanner because I'm on my phone right now. But over the police scanner, they are being instructed to only pick up individuals that are not filming. So protesters have informed everybody that if they are going to walk away from the group, that they need to continue filming, go live on Facebook. If you are just tuning in, we're still live in Kenosha, Wisconsin. If you could please share this feed. As the night is getting on and the group is getting smaller and smaller, we are seeing a lot more police activity. The entire night we really have not seen any police. There have been some blacked out Suburbans that were circling Civic Park, but essentially leaving protesters alone because everything was peaceful. And again, as this group does get smaller and smaller, Kenosha Police Department is becoming a lot more visible. So we're going to stay with these individuals the entire night and continue to have this camera on.
Dad. I just don't see how COVID-19
There is some tension and fear, as well as a bit of anger about what's happening with individuals getting arrested or stopped in vehicles despite a curfew. Individuals that are leaving a peaceful protest, trying to actually get home. In the last feed, we did see interaction and some discourse between protesters and law enforcement from Kenosha Police Department.
It seems like real people that's really out here. Out here because we don't understand everybody else.
Oh my God.
Last night I thought I was looking for the bars. Yeah, we met up with.
Anyone else need water?
So I think right now we're kind of watching them figure out what exactly they want to do. They are a bit upset about that vehicle being stopped and 3 individuals being taken out of it.
Even the worst night. But like
so every time an individual gets stopped by police, this group, which is getting smaller and smaller, marches over to where officers are engaged with individuals. Yeah, guys, it, obviously not the most exciting protest that we've seen, not a lot of action. But I am out here filming everything. This is the remnants of the group we saw earlier. This is what's left.
It's pepper spray, so hold on to that.
Don't think it's an item I'll need. Said I don't think it's an item I'll need. At least
Yeah, that might be up our alley a little more.
At least I hope so.
Well, I'll put it on my car keys. Fuck you, me. Rape is real.
It was like we was on the protesting in front of the courthouse and stuff, and like you know what I'm saying, making noise, going down or whatever.
So yeah, as I was saying, this is what's left of the group that was protesting. Right now, just kind of walking the streets and responding to any calls of individuals being arrested or just stopped in Kenosha. Sorry I didn't run over to that scene. I'm exhausted from nights of being out here. Been doing a lot of running, even KPD has shot at members that were clearly marked as press with CS gas and mace. Now, throughout most of this protest, we have not seen any response from Kenosha or the Sheriff's Department. As the night has carried on, we are seeing a lot more involvement from law enforcement. That is what is concerning these individuals that are still out here. They're trying to prevent other individuals from getting arrested.
No good cops in the racist system. Cops in the racist system. No good 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 cops in the racist system. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black lives matter.
Due to the increased activity from law enforcement, we are seeing this crowd louder.
No justice, no peace. No peace. No peace. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. We gon' shut it down. We gon' shut it down. We gon' shut it down. Shut it down! Shut it down!
we are headed down Sheridan Road.
So me, when I'm out here with my son, I'm marking and all this shit. They just
Take it to the streets, call the police.
Police department.
So we should probably not walk over them and get over.
They're headed to the police department to protest the individuals that were pulled over and taken by KPD.
There's people that live here.
You guys are just tuning in. We are still live here in Kenosha, Wisconsin. This is what is left of the protest from earlier, where they were basically staging just some civil disobedience in the park across from the Kenosha County Courthouse. There was no activity from law enforcement, and as this group gets smaller and smaller, we've been watching a lot of law enforcement interaction, which is starting to agitate this group as protesters are simply trying to go home. They are being stopped and picked up by KPD.
No peace! No racist! Police! We're gonna take it to the streets to fund the police! No justice!
During the break in the first feed, there was word that there was a car that got pulled over.
No justice! No peace!
There were 3 individuals that were taken out of the car. And 2, it was because they were agitated. Last questions of being pulled over. No explanation of charges or what they were being charged for, according to the 2 women. The 3 individuals, consisting of 2 females and a male, were just taken into custody. And the remnants of this protest is now marching on the Kenosha Police Department. You guys are tuning in, please share this feed.
Yes, we can.
What do you mean, no, we cannot?
You guys are actually on
Y'all must think we're stupid, huh?
We can request to speak to a commanding officer. You all
Y'all follow a chain of command. That's your whole fucking regime.
If you guys are out here working, you
We're requesting that you release all these people that you illegally detained. Because they were not doing anything. You need to release them. That's what they need to know that they're.
You guys are the National Guard, right? Are you guys the National Guard or are you guys the sheriffs or some shit? You're the National Guard?
Okay, y'all from around here?
So I thought I thought the protocol was that someone asked and requested a commanding officer that they should be presented with such. I don't know, I'm just asking because my mom was in the Marine Corps for 20 plus years, so, you know, I'm just wondering if that's the protocol for National Guard, because in the Marines, that's how that shit goes. What?
Not here, man. Why are you lying?
What's the exception?
Why are you lying?
Not here. Yes,
Why are you lying?
here.
Okay, now you're changing it
Why are you
up.
lying? Why are you lying?
We're talking to you right here.
Why are you fucking lying?
This is public affairs right here, bro.
Are you trained to lie to civilians? This affair is very public. Huh? I thought you were supposed to state that, and I lied to you. What happened with that?
Why the fuck you got that automatic weapon?
How much are we paying you to stand there?
Less than $100,000.
Hey, were y'all here Tuesday? Were y'all here Tuesday? Huh? No, there's where is he? Y'all here Tuesday? Where are y'all here Tuesday? Oh, yeah,
Yeah, we were.
Hazel, I would love to set you up. You're gonna get my take hang out,
shit,
have
you're
a
right.
good chat, brother.
You're right.
If we know each other, catch up. If
Hey, I just want you guys
just
to
meeting
know
for the first time, that's
that
awesome.
you guys killed Anthony Hubert.
Love
It's your fucking fault. That part. You killed him.
I mean,
y'all herded us
technically,
into
the police,
gunfire.
not the National Guard.
Your
That was a military
fucking
tactic
fault.
y'all used. You ain't
That a
stupid.
young 26-year-old man is dead.
I'm all about the affair.
All of you guys. All your fault. Yeah, look me in the eye, you fucking bitch.
Hey, wait,
Look
listen.
me in the eye.
Hey.
I don't give a fuck. They're all fucking part of this stuff. They're all fucking. You think that Hillary out there? If you want to be one of them.
They were here Tuesday. They're not different from motherfuckers.
Terrorist organization. Y'all use fear, intimidation, and violence to try to keep people enslaved.
As a matter of fact, they assisted the police. That was
To justify your hate.
supremacists that shot a motherfucker.
The Constitution.
guys, I'm getting reports that they might be bringing out tear gas.
For what? Typical. That's typical shit.
Y'all won't talk to us.
The only reason I find it super credible is because that one gave like a weird look and decided to walk away.
Y'all come out here and kill riot gear. They're trying to kill. Y'all come out.
Have a fucking dialogue.
Kill black people. Because y'all don't kill the white people when they got knives and guns and
Right.
shit on them.
These ones-
Y'all trying to kill black.
I'm not. I don't know. I have a different feeling about the National Guard than I do the police. Right. National Guard, they're under contract. They have to be here whether they want to.
Don't get him started! Motherfucking, what he call that? What you call that motherfucker the other day? Earthworm Jim? Oh my god, I was dead. Earthworm Jim.
Standing outside of the perimeter of
Call
the
the local
police
PD
department.
and tell them we want to speak to the
Do have
commanding officer
National
again.
Guard here on the
They
other
told
side of
us
this
folks not
barricade.
being arrested out here. They don't give a
The
fuck.
reason
Man, they
that
also
this
told us
group
that they
has
wasn't
come
arresting
over
people
here
when they pulled
is
over the
because they got word that a vehicle was being pulled over and 3 individuals were taken out of the vehicle with no explanation other than they seemed agitated.
Call the local PD and ask them.
What's left of the original protest has now marched over to the police department and they are engaged that he was getting a report that they were discussing using tear gas. I'm not sure if that is a substantiated report or not.
That's the real motherfucking terrorists. Y'all
If you are tuned in, please share this feed.
No, the cop's driving away.
Tell the police, tell the commanding officer to come out here, bro.
Are you guys
We want to talk to them. We want to find out what's going on with the people in the jail right now. They can circle if they want to.
So these are Wisconsin National Guard, not Kenosha Police Department or Kenosha County Sheriffs.
You don't. Obviously.
Damn, son.
Where you find it? We ain't find out.
Hey, officer, we would like to speak to you. Why did they arrest people when Trevor said they weren't taking nobody tonight?
Yeah,
Could you come talk to us or send Trevor back out? We want to talk to Trevor.
So they're asking for the officer from Kenosha Police Department that approached them in the last heat about putting up a tent, which is a structure that's not allowed to be up within a city park at 10 p.m.
Earlier, and I was like, no, man, I'm kidding.
Where that officer did state that they were not taking individuals into custody because
Officer,
this
are you
group
afraid
has
to
been
come talk
peaceful.
to us with all these armed guards?
They were not going to arrest them for violating the curfew. We are seeing that individuals are being taken into custody.
So this is what you joined the National Guard
Not
for?
100% sure, obviously.
To be a weekend
The last
warrior
three were taken,
goddamn police.
other than the account from the two females that were in the car.
Probably would make Marines. Plenty would get that. Yeah. I thought they couldn't make Marines.
Yeah, my fault. I'm trying to like talk quietly so that you guys can still kind of hear what they're saying too. Sorry. So basically, what I was saying is that what's left of the original protest here, they've gathered outside of the Kenosha Police Department due to some individuals that were taken out of a car. They received a phone call that a car was stopped close to 52nd, and those people were, according to them, trying to get out of town. And 3 individuals were taken out of the car, apparently because they seemed agitated to police. So what's left of the protest got a bit agitated and marched on the Kenosha Police Department. The personnel on the other side of the fence is the Wisconsin National Guard, who is guarding this barricade. Protesters are asking to speak with a Kenosha police officer, more specifically commanding officer or the gang unit officer that approached them in the last feed, where there was some respectful discourse. So they're calling for that officer to come out. have seen in the past when these floodlights go on, there is tear gas or rubber bullets or mace balls that are about to get launched.
Alright, just let us know.
Here they are taking an individual inside. I'm not sure if this individual was connected with any protest or an unrelated incident.
He lets me go to the vending machine.
Hey, these motherfuckers look at Douglas and they met Trevor and they like they not even bossed up to beat that nigga all my life.
So the entire night, we've not seen any type of stance from police. And right now, you have a fence barricade between protesters and the National Guard. But squad cars on the other side of this fence have now turned on their spotlights. It is something they haven't done all night, even with this crowd getting close to this fence.
And unlawfully detain people who are just trying to get directions.
I can tell you why. Because all cops are bastards.
How they bitch.
I knew Albright was a fucking lying bitches. Because yesterday Albright came out the motherfucking truck and put guns to everybody that was unarmed, and he stole our medical supply U-Haul last night. Yeah, Albright. No good cops in a racist system. 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 Why you got your trigger finger on there, bro? This ain't Call of Duty, bro. Stop cosplaying.
It's kids kidnapped, abducted. Don't be feeling right, man. It's not even everything is just right. 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 I really cared about any man and officer who likes to please things like that. We lay on your hair. That's all.
Damn! That guy's beard's not big enough to be Sergeant Albright. Get us Sergeant Albright, officer.
So we are looking at the Wisconsin National Guard. There are Kenosha police officers behind them with their squad cars and spotlights on. This group has marched on this fence multiple times already tonight, and we've not seen anything like that from Kenosha putting spotlights on people. The protesters did get word, which is unsubstantiated at this point. There was going to be tear gas used. We have seen in the past few days that generally when bright lights come on, protesters and rioters are fired upon, whether it be rubber bullets, mace balls, or CPR.
We want to speak to him. Let us know where he at.
So protesters are trying to find the original officer they spoke with at the park to ask why 3 individuals were taken out of a car. Sorry if I'm moving here, guys. I'm kind of trying to stretch here. My legs are exhausted.
How many times is a Kenosha police officer gonna kill someone before you realize that you're the fucking problem?
I don't know how many of you have worn a baseball cap for hours and hours and hours and hours on end. Not comfortable.
We got a party going on.
So if you are tuning in, please behind us, law enforcement. So the crowd is getting rowdy, trying to bring the officer that came to the park to speak with them. These squad cars are pulling away, except for the one that we're staring at.
What's all these for? Come on, Trevor, come on, it's okay. It's right here.
Trying to get into a spot that I can see. It does appear that they are gearing up in these squad cars here. Yeah, so KPD is gearing up in some riot gear. We are seeing more KPD. So what we've seen typically in situations like this.
We can have a discussion somewhere else, but I need you to disperse from this area.
Normally in situations like this is where protesters start getting fired upon. So this is the first time that we are seeing force of law enforcement against protesters tonight. This protest has been peaceful all night. Right now they are stood outside of the Kenosha Police Department.
He said they would meet!
Demanding answers why individuals were ripped out of their vehicles and taken into custody. This is the first time we've seen a show of force by Kenosha. Law enforcement has geared up in their riot gear. The officers in the squad car in front of us, one of the squad cars, told protesters that if they do go back to the park, that they will send Officer Albright, who is one of the officers in the gang unit, will send him out to speak with them at the park, but they do need to disperse from this area. You do see Kenosha is out in their riot gear. Now, as much as I'd love to get as close to that fence as humanly possible to show you guys Kenosha geared up, this is generally where protesters do start getting fired upon. I don't have my helmet on, nor my mask. I'm not trying to get hit right now. If you guys are tuned in, please share this feed right now. Protesters are approaching squad cars. They have their hands up there, stating that they are going back to the park. They are approaching the squad cars.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Now squad cars are starting to back up. through. The agreement is if the crowd goes back to the park, they will send the officer out, but they are requesting.
Trevor gave us his word.
Now you see officers they are armed. Protesters are walking back to the park. There's a very large presence of law enforcement right now. As of right now, they are not being fired upon. The agreement is to go back to the park, and they will send out the officer that they are asking for. As I was telling you guys earlier, when I'm talking about emotion out here, you can feel the thickness of the air and the tension has risen. This is the biggest force we've seen all night on a peaceful protest. These individuals marched on the Kenosha Police Department to question why they took 3 other individuals out of a car with no explanation, according to the 2 females that were still in that vehicle. They requested to speak with the gang unit officer who spoke with them during my last feed. And Kenosha's response to that was that they sent out a large force of units advising protesters to disperse the area, and made an agreement that they would send Officer Albright out to speak with them if they return back to the park. Protesters are complying with that request with the expectation of speaking with that officer. If the officer does not come out, protesters will back on the police department. But there is a very large force of law enforcement. It was hard to see, obviously, because of the bright spotlights, but KPD did suit up in their riot gear behind the National Guard. Now, this original protest has gotten smaller and smaller as the night has progressed. There was a lot of fear of going to their vehicles and going home, which they were all trying to do. Minus a couple of people who planned on staying in the park all night. As more and more law enforcement has made their presence known, the situation has definitely escalated from what we've seen. Their original protest was really just a stance in the park of civil disobedience. Now, their expectation is that this officer is going to come out and speak to them Otherwise, they are going to march right back to that same spot.
I have a live at the top of the hour about this. And then I would love to do more interviews and some of if you're gonna be here. I'm gonna be doing the live thing over there. Okay. Hopefully you'll be in vision.
So there are still some mainstream media that have set up across from the civic park here, behind the barricades by the Kenosha post office.
Somebody put the pen up. Don't come back. Oh, yeah, put the pen up.
You know what I'm saying?
You wanna break agreements? You wanna break deals? For that, I disrespect you, Trevor. I disrespect you for breaking agreements. I disrespect you for breaking agreements.
So this scenario has definitely escalated. Protesters are agitated at this point. If you guys could please share this right now. If you're just tuning in, basically the short of what has happened is that one of the protesters received a phone call that a vehicle was stopped and officers were taking people into custody. Protesters ran over to the location. There were two females that were still in the car, gave an account that they were pulled over by law enforcement. Two other females and a male were taken into custody with the explanation of they seemed agitated and that's why they were taken. This group then marched on the Kenosha Police Department, trying to get a commanding officer to come out to respond to why those individuals were taken into custody. And they were met with a pretty serious force. We've not seen this type of force all night. We've seen blacked out vehicles basically running perimeter around the protesters. The only time that law enforcement pushed them was when they tried to set up a tent in a city park, which you're not allowed to be in the parks past 10 unless you're fishing and there's a lake. So because of everything that's unfolded now, they're now setting up the tent because they were told not to. The officer that drove by did inform them that Officer Albright was en route. Thanks, Tim. Doing my best, guys. Definitely not for the Weather Channel, though. So normally, for those of you that haven't been tuning in to any of the feeds that have been happening here in Wisconsin, in Kenosha, generally what we've seen is that any type of resistance from protesters or rioters when things start getting chaotic anytime that we've seen floodlights go on, it's generally within seconds that tear gas canisters are launched, mace balls are fired, and rubber bullets are fired. When those floodlights came on, I knew things were getting a bit unruly. Generally, I would have put my helmet on. Press did get fired at the other day during one of my feeds. We were standing right on the corner, so directly in front of me is the post office. We were standing right on the corner where the stoplights are, and there were police officers that were in the intersection, and then protesters that were down in this direction approaching law enforcement. Law enforcement kept telling them to disperse. It was probably one of the nicest LRAD announcements that I've ever heard. As protesters approached closer, you could really sense the tension in the air. Once protesters and law enforcement essentially got nose to nose, somebody in the crowd threw something at the vehicles, and from behind us, there was objects that were thrown, in which case law enforcement started launching CS gas. For me, I was standing right there. Everything went in slow motion. There was no sound, and I just heard thump, and watched this CS canister in slow motion go center mass into the gentleman that was standing to my right 3 feet away from me, and then just non-stop firing of CS, mace balls, and rubber bullets at not only crowd, but more importantly press. That's where all of us were standing. So I normally would have put my helmet on, but I chose to go stand on the sidewalk. Too damn tired to run. I've taken most of my gear off because it is so hot out here. I'm sweating, I stink. Yeah, they were told earlier that they were not allowed to put up structures. City parks do close at 10 p.m. You are not allowed to be at a city park at 10 p.m. I run into that time to time because I do fish. So I have been stopped by officers. Generally, everything's fine because we're fishing. There's no water system here, though, in this particular park, so their concern is setting up an encampment like we've seen in other cities. They tried to do it the other night, I believe they said yesterday, and protesters were asked not to, so officers asked these people not to do it as well. Now, because of what has transpired, they are working on civil disobedience.
I got a viewer that's actually asking for your stream.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know how to share it.
I know. I feel like
if I accept their friend request, it'll immediately stop mine.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, my stuff's public.
Okay.
If you see, they can search my name. It's
Are you comfortable saying it?
Yeah, they're on my personal page, bro. So everyone knows who I am.
Okay.
It's Kevin Glowicki, Glowcki. It's a black background with my signature. Is my profile photo, or the cover photo is the American flag with the Punisher skull. So the feed I put is public. I'm not sure if they can get to my actual
started
page.
taking a lot of my stuff down, so they can't, like, only my feeds are public right now. More than a couple select news and stuff. You out here tonight?
Every night except the first night. First night I was camping, and I got woken up at 12:30, asking where I was, and then found out what had happened. And then I came out the second night, and I've been here ever since.
Yeah, I've been hiking here every night. This is the idea of things, so it's personal to me.
Right. Is there, I don't know how to share my feeds, is something that they're gonna see.
Yeah. If they otherwise, maybe and I will change information, if you want, I can tag you in one of the comments or something like that, so. Hope I got it.
So I just got a notification, somebody I know mentioned me in a comment in the Kenosha police scanner. I'm not sure what that means, but somebody could let me know what that comment says. Does your friend, is your friend willing to give their name? Maybe I can have one of these people share, or friend request them, and then share the feed with that person.
Yeah, I think it's David Bruder.
David Bruder? Contacts are fucked. B-R-U-D-E-R?
Yep.
Alright. If you guys can do me a favor and find David Bruder, B-R-U-D-E-R. I'm with an individual now where some of his people are requesting my feed. I know my personal page is kind of blocked. I don't have my company page up right now. I took it down temporarily. If somebody could friend David Bruder. Fuck, I can't see this message. Oh, okay. So my buddy was just tagging me. Kind of spooked me out for a second. So yeah, I guess. Guys, sorry, I'm not requesting friend requests right now. If I start accepting people's friend requests, it's going to end my feed. Yeah, no worries, buddy, no worries. My buddy's messaging me, he just gave me a heart attack. A little press out here on Kenosha police scanner. I'm not a threat.
Someone's cleaning up while we're right? The supplies.
Yeah, if you guys do me a favor and please share the feed. This is about to get interesting, I think. The crowd's getting a little impatient. Oh my god. You know, I've been out here with these guys for days and days and days, and you know, there's individuals that you see every day. Protesters, media, independent journalists, whatever. You see people on a daily basis, and you know, we're human beings, and we can't help but to have some emotional attachment to people and even situations. I'm gonna be honest, there are times that I kind of sneer some of the some of the comments. So we are still waiting for Officer Albright to come out. That was the agreement that law enforcement made with the protesters, that if they return back to the park, that that they would send the officer out. Can you do me a favor, bro? Can you just hold this for a minute? I want to plug this.
Oh. Do you want to get out of the car?
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Alright, so I was just plugging in my GoPro.
They moved, so we're following.
I have a feeling that this is about to get interesting. Give me a minute, guys. I'm putting my helmet on for this one. I'm not chancing this. I've had too much shit fired at me this week. I'll be honest too, this is a city, and it's, you know, a few days of it being a war zone, and this is nothing compared to what Minneapolis is dealing with, or Atlanta, or Seattle. This is Kenosha is like 100,000 people. I know a lot of video footage that you guys have seen of fires and shootings, and it's really not what this town is about. Alright, well, I guess we're getting shot at.
Where? Johnny Cash looking motherfucker. I mean, at this point, you can't expect us to do what you want if you don't do what you say. Right.
I don't want to get gas for not breaking the law and being an American citizen. That's what they choose to do, then that's what they choose to do.
But when you all just angrily ask for Trevor, it kind of sounds like we want to hurt him.
Me, that's
He over here smiling and shit because you know this shit funny and people wearing
what the fuck's your insurance, son? Right? And so that's what we're talking to them tonight. Because they're used to telling black people to shut the fuck up. Tonight, we're telling you to shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
We're gonna need you to disperse.
You like it. You thought it was funny.
You guys
why are y'all here? I need to disperse. You know how annoying that sounds? Yeah, you do too. Disperse.
So these are Wisconsin National Guard.
Alright. Yeah, why ain't John got a face mask?
Can I see your hands?
What though?
Donald Trump don't let you all wear face masks. That's fucked up, man.
Right.
You're out here fighting for him. He won't give you a face mask.
All three of them bitches got COVID. Why you wearing your chance to run? You're sitting like a whole jock strap on your fucking neck. This shit close. You got all your chin exposed. That's regulation. There go. One though.
Well, basically, protesters are trying to agitate directly in this location here. I'm not sure if his feed is coming clear, but you can see Kenosha PD is gearing up in their riot gear.
For that 17-year-old terrorist
I'm sorry, guys. Don't have a phone.
How do you feel threatened behind the gate?
The Kenosha Police Department is in their riot gear. These three National Guardsmen. What you're witnessing, if you are just tuning in, is a peaceful protest that has gotten elevated over officers promising to not arrest individuals that were trying to just go home since this protest was peaceful. And then the protesters did march on the Kenosha Police Department, demanding to speak with the commanding officer. And then we saw a pretty big force for the first time in the last 48 hours. Big presence of Kenosha Police Department. The agreement was that if the protesters returned back to the park, that they would send out the officer that they spoke with earlier and had a pretty polite discourse with in the beginning. Protesters are still waiting for that officer. There was a Kenosha police officer that drove by and said that the officer they're requesting was en route. They've been waiting for some time now, and here we go.
Protesters over on 50th. You said they arrested non-protesters over on 50th. They arrested non-protesters over on 50th. Thank you for actually coming out. You said there were no arrests. They told a lie. And they arrested non-protesters over on 50th for violating curfew. Why is that?
When did that happen?
That happened about 3 minutes ago. It happened after we talked, Officer Trevor. Guys, come on. We got Trevor. Come on.
If you guys could please share this feed right now, that'd be great. The officer that they have requested is here.
Standing in the street is a worse crime than attempted murder? Is standing in the street a worse crime than attempted murder?
Sir.
It does look like standing in the street attempted murder. Oh, one at a time. Oh my God. They must be a tag team. Show Michael did against him. You gave us your word, Trevor.
I'm not going to answer any questions. You guys need to stay right here. Right? So don't go back on the street. Don't go back in the truck.
Don't shoot somebody 7 times in the back. Your buddy did. Your organization did. People you defended.
Trevor, you look like you ain't gonna agitate with us.
Don't shoot somebody 7 times in the back.
See, I thought he was going to have a conversation. Where's the conversation?
I thought we were having a conversation. You are a coward!
Yeah, it's not my sound. It's the megaphone sound.
Turns out we did one, Trevor. Left Trevor.
Bro, we were walking to the protest. You said we better.
arrested, so we marched down to the police station on the other side where the National Guard were, and Trevor wasn't there. They said, we'll send him out. They sent him out. We have no explanation. There's no reason, no rhyme why people are being arrested. After they literally told us, don't pitch your tent, and we won't arrest anyone. So how did they end up arresting people? Literally 30 minutes after we had that conversation. So if you're going to talk to us and try to level with us, at least have some integrity about what you're saying. Don't tell us we're not going to do this. We want y'all to stay here. And then break that promise to us. And that's why people have distrust for law enforcement, because they're telling us things and they're not following through, and there's no accountability for it. There's no one out here telling them you're wrong for doing this, and that's why we're here right now, because they're wrong. Even how they're treating us, we're protesting police brutality. Why would y'all enforce more brutality upon us for doing exactly what we have the rights to do? It's in the Constitution. If the people feel like the government is not doing their job, they have a right to stand up and say, get that stuff together so that we can live in peace.
So now you didn't get the answer you wanted.
He didn't tell us anything.
So now what do you do?
We don't know. We're going to keep our tent up. We're going to keep our tent up over there. People can stay over here and chant at them. They can't. They want to chill out in the tent. That's what they're going to have to do, because we're not going anywhere. We want justice for Jacob Blake, and we want justice for the other individuals that had to lose their lives because we're protesting police brutality.
How long do you do that?
So they get it right?
Have you guys been out here every single day this week?
Most of us have. We just want justice. That's all we ask for.
And what is justice?
Justice is that the police officer is arrested and convicted for his crime. There's no reason why that man should have been shot 7 times in the back. He had his back turned to them. What type of threat do I pose to you like this? What am I doing to you? What is happening with this? What are we doing? There's nothing. There's nothing here. What are they doing? Why are they doing that? And also, if you're going to be shooting people, you don't have to shoot people to the point where they could possibly die. Shoot a foot or some shit. I mean, stuff. Excuse me. Shoot a foot or something. You know? You don't have to shoot to kill. And that's what we need change about the police.
So now, earlier this week, police did release some information about that shooting, but is that enough?
We want justice, though. It's not enough. We want justice. Justice is enough. We want the system to be changed, because the way it is right now is not working, and it's not healthy for everybody. It's not fair for everybody. You know what I'm saying? They say one nation under God, but everybody isn't one nation right now. They're treating us like different nations, and they're treating the people who are standing up like we're terrorists. We are not asking to dominate everything. We're asking for justice. We're asking for reform. We're asking for them to look at us as human beings.
What is your name?
Mimi.
M-I-M-I?
Mm-hmm.
How do you spell your last name?
I don't feel comfortable.
Okay, that's fine.
But thank you for still being here, because what you guys are doing is part of this revolution as well. Documenting this, showing the world what we're doing. But you guys have to be integral too, and be honest with the world. We're not out here trying to destroy and destruct. We're trying to get justice. That's our ultimate goal. And if we don't get it, we're going to continue to shut it down.
So you guys weren't the ones who were looting and fire and destruction.
No.
There's a difference.
I mean, people do what they want to do, but at the end of the day, the message is still the same: justice. If they're going to go do that, I can't judge them for that, because I'm not feeling the pain that they feel inside of themselves. And that's what people have to ask themselves. They have to ask the why. Okay? Because the outcome is one thing, but the why is another thing. When we want to discuss the looting and the fires, discuss why it happened. Discuss those 7 shots. That should be included in the conversation too. We can't just talk about the destruction. Talk about the why the destruction happened and how to change it and keep it from continuing to happen around this country. Because this story that's happening right now in Kenosha is not individual. This is happening all over the United States, all over the world, really.
No justice!
No peace! No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
Okay. Facts. I'm sitting in the street actually. That's what
Alright, so they were told to not stay in the street and go to the park. And they are exercising civil disobedience now.
Make a peace sign. Yeah? Everybody knows, look, when they do this peace sign, right? You and me, separate. This is the real peace sign. Because we're together. We're not separate. They literally hide it in your symbols. Everything. They've trained you so hard to believe everything. This is separate. This is together. This is the real peace sign. We are together. We are one. We all matter as much as everybody else. Think about it. Everything that they teach you, ask. Ask if it's right. Ask yourself. You are the answer. It is within.
You guys want to do sort of like a circular circle? I love it. Circular work. So kind of sit and kind of reflect on our time being up here and kind of why we're up here, the way we circle roles or a thorn, something that you have to, that you think is a highlight that went on in your time of being up here, and what is the thorn that's happened?
I like that idea.
Who's gonna start?
To elaborate on that idea, it'd be cool if all of us sat in a circle and we went around a circle and told the world why we are here.
That part.
Individually.
Let's do it.
Why we're here.
Alright, everyone gather around, get in a circle.
Why it's only 30 of us, 20 of us that's here. 1,000. Because I think all of us and all of us here will real aside all of us really got the story of why we want to change our
Who want to start? There you go.
Hey, before you guys start, are you guys okay? Is everyone here okay with me putting a camera in your face while you talk?
No, sir. I'm okay with it because I personally feel like I live in Kenosha. I grew up in Kenosha, graduated high school in Kenosha. I had numerous friends that were murdered by the KPD. Not just black guys, but white guys as well, the police officers haven't been held accountable. Most of those police officers who have killed not just black people, but white people as well, they haven't been demoted. They haven't had their badges taken from them. In fact, all of them are now our head detectives of homicide divisions, robbery divisions, burglary divisions, gang unit squads. Tonight I'm here. Tonight I'm here with no mask because tonight I don't fear retribution. Tonight I'm not afraid of what's going to happen once the cameras leave, once all these people leave, because me living here in this community, these same police that I speak out against, that I have to face every day while I'm here with my children, while I'm here with my friends. I'm here for the justice that has never been served for anyone, for any cop-related shootings, whether they were black, white, Latino, Asian. They don't matter here in Kenosha. Kenosha has a long history of corruption. And I speak of my friends. I have 4 or 5 of them that's been murdered by KPD. Mr. Michael Bell Jr. was murdered in front of his mother, in front of his sister. by Kenosha police officers who was a white guy. His father spent millions of dollars for justice for his son. And the mayor and everybody down to the chief of police, to the DA at the time, Robert Jamboys, and the current DA, they all cover this stuff up. It's not the first time that this happened in Kenosha, but the difference is social media and the use of cameras that's on phones. That's the only difference why we here today instead of a year ago. Every summer it seems like Kenosha police officers kill somebody. Women, they kill women, you know, and they cover it up. They all family, they all friends, they all know each other, they all went to school with each other. For anybody that don't know, Kenosha is a community of about 100,000 people. That's it, that's all. We're not as big as Portland, we're not as big as Chicago, but for the rate that people lose their lives to the hands of officers, and no officer has ever been held accountable, is why I'm here. That's why I've been here for 5 days. Why I'm here until we get some justice for Jacob Lake and his family.
I mean, you
want to speak next? Pass it around. So
alcohol swaps.
Hey, bro.
I'm here.
Hello?
Back.
Alright, we came down from Fond du Lac today. I'm sorry. We came down from Fond du Lac today, and last night, we saw the videos that happened 2 days ago. It absolutely broke our hearts. My everyone at home, I mean, I feel I'm divided with everybody in my hometown. I'm fighting with people every day online. I feel like I'm a target when I'm walking down the street just because I support these people. What's wrong with coming out here? There's nothing wrong with sharing your opinions with each other. There's nothing wrong with standing up for something that you support and believe in. There's nothing wrong with unity. And I think that's what makes people the most angry is when you're not like them, when you move against the grain. I think that's what upsets people the most. So I'm here for them because fuck those guys. I don't want to be like them. That's all I got.
Also, I see them motherfuckers have it all in the back over there, so motherfuckers ain't slick.
Oh yeah, they lurking.
See them right there?
Well, they just cut their
We're not people, peace as they get. We're not burning nothing, we're not looting, we're not destroying anything.
No, y'all gotta hold the mic.
She wants to go in the middle. I'll go next. Okay. Well, my name is Aisha. I'm here from. My name is Aisha. I'm here from North Chicago, which is out in Lake County, Illinois. The reason I'm here tonight is because I wanted to be a part of something important. Back in February, I believe it was February 29th, a good friend of mine was killed outside of a bar here in Kenosha. When that took place, the Kenosha Police Department handled that situation terribly. I was attacked by 2 male officers. I was maced direct on. I was choked. They did not listen. What's even more disturbing is that right around that time is that I was offered a job opportunity to become a correctional officer for the county here. And so when I seen how I was mistreated, and I know that that takes place with many other people regardless of race, but it happening to me and me not posing a threat, it was devastating. So tonight I want everyone to know that we all stand together in unity. We need big reform here. It's amazing to me and shocking that out of all of the states, Wisconsin is the most segregated state in the United States of America. Everyone thinks that it may be a southern state. Nope. Wisconsin is the most segregated state in the United States of America. Everyone thinks that it may be a southern state. Nope. Wisconsin is the most segregated state in the United States of America. Everyone thinks that it may be a southern state. Nope.
Wisconsin is the most segregated state in the United States of America, and until there is change and until they listen to us, we won't leave. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, record while you're walking. They're not snatching groups that have their phones on. Turn your flash on so they can see it. I got you. And they got these guys in the red pickup truck. I don't know if they're so what the fuck, but watch out for them. They look at people weird as hell.
Please, and I don't want them on your phone number.
Yeah. So the reason I come out here is I am tired of seeing my brothers and sisters of mine get shot. I am tired of having to educate people because those are just words. Actions speak louder than words. I want my actions to show that I do not stand for the systemic racism. I do not stand for the injustice. I do not stand for the murder and brutality. I have been driving from Oshkosh every day to come to Kenosha to stand with my fellow protesters. I've made friends since George Floyd. And what kind of friend would I be, no matter how blistered my feet are, no matter how much my face hurts from taking a rubber bullet? What kind of friend would I be? What kind of family would I be if I said, my face hurts, my feet hurt, fuck that, I'm not going out? No, I'm gonna come out here till my feet bleed. I'm gonna come out here till I can't walk, and if I can't walk, I'll roll around in a fucking wheelchair. I don't care. I will not back down, and I will not leave my brothers and sisters of all colors out here to fend for themselves. This is a cause I will die for if I have to. I'm Rachel from Oshkosh. I'm not going to go like everybody else, but I'm here because ever since I was a child, this is something new for me. I wanted to be making history, making social change for people who were oppressed. End up marrying a black man, and we would get pulled over constantly. Dog car. I didn't know what this was. I never experienced this. We got married. We picked a wedding cake. The lady asked us if we were the couple that was looking for the little N-hard R-word wedding topper. I didn't know what to say because that was my first experience, like, with racism with outside my family. I mean, my dad and everybody else is racist, but I cut them off. So here I am having kids now, and my husband told me, watch out. They're gonna see your kids and they're gonna say something because they're skin. I said they're not. I have two older brothers that are Mexican. They don't look Mexican, but he said they will see it, they'll point it out, and they're gonna do stuff to them. So I came here to make change for everybody, my family, my kids, people since I was a child that don't want to do. I just want to read what I wrote my voice on the way down here. Hey guys, I just wanted to message and let you know I love you so much. I'll be on this earth to make life better for you. I'm heading to Kenosha to protest and march because I believe in taking a stand for a social change for a better future for you boys. Always be your authentic self, never change or conform for anybody. Always stand up for what's right and do the right thing. Love you guys. So I'm here to show that example to my boys. That's it.
All right.
Oh, and Isaiah Tucker. He's from Oshkosh. Got shot by the police out there. We're there for him. We're here for him too.
Say his name.
Isaiah Tucker.
That's right.
Isaiah Tucker.
Isaiah Tucker.
3 years ago. Murdered by Oshkosh PD. So many names. An apple pub. The bar. What's up, y'all? I'm Chocolate Guys Warrior,
Hey.
aka Mimi, aka Big Pimp.
That work.
I have a pretty crazy history and upbringing. I was born in Japan, Okinawa, Japan. I moved all over the United States. I lived on every coast of the United States. I had a very diversified upbringing. I lived around all types of people. On the military base, it's very hard to get away from folks because they don't do that segregation shit. We all live together. We all live by each other. So, being a military brat and living around military families, you're forced to recognize people's differences. And once you recognize them, you're forced to accept them in some instances. In some instances, people don't accept them. But for the most part, we don't hold our differences against each other because we have to live in that harmony. So, like 10 years ago, I moved to Milwaukee, and it was a complete culture shock. I had never seen anything like that in my life. I literally could go a whole entire day without being a white person. I don't know if you guys realize, but when we live in segregated communities, you don't even realize it because you're so used to it. I remember times being like, where are all the white people at? Like, no white people live around here, and being really like just shocked about that. And going to other neighborhoods and people were looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing here? And that was a culture shock to me because I'm walking through neighborhoods that look like where I grew up at. So I don't understand why the fuck are you looking at me like I don't belong here. I grew up around here. My mom fought for this country. Who are you? So then in 2010, I had my first child. And that changed my life a lot. My son, his name's Khalil James. And his middle name, he was named after my uncle who committed suicide after being incarcerated. So that having a black child, especially a black son, literally changes your whole outlook on life. So no longer do I just have to be concerned about myself, but every day I wake up thinking about the risk that my son has to endure. And then in 2014, I had a little brown child. So I have my little Mexican baby too. And I had to think about the type of things that his people had to endure because we want our kids to be educated about who they are, right? Like we want them to know all parts of who they are. So then I had to worry about the things that come along with him and his life story. And so I used to be like that person that always argued with people on Facebook and like talked hella shit to people on Facebook about, you know, black power and police brutality. And I got locked up in federal jail multiple times. But when George Floyd passed, it was COVID, number one. Number two, I had big kids now. Like, my kids are, you know, my oldest is almost a teenager. So I was like, you know what? I just might be able to get out here this time. So we started our protest back home, and I went out and got involved, and I felt my spirit completely open. I felt like I was where I was supposed to be every time my feet hit the pavement to march and do this. I felt like this was my calling in my life, to scream and shout, because the world that we are living in is not set up for all of us to succeed. There's so many different aspects to this system that have to be broken down. And all it takes is just a few good people to stand up and say, they not with that shit. And after those few good people, they can go tell all they good people. And then they good people can keep telling their good people. So I come out here because I want my kids to be protected and respected. I just don't want equality. I want equity. I want them to change. I want them to shut this whole system down and start over. Because if we don't do that, at the very minimum, we're going to be right back here 20 years from now. And I swear to God, I don't want to see my kids marching 20 years from now. I don't. I want us to be able to handle this right now. Because we're at a very sensitive time in our history, and you have to ask yourself, what side of history are you going to be on? Are you going to be on the good side of history or the bad side of history? Are you going to be on the side that says all people deserve to live in this world in peace, or are you going to be on the side that says the police are the law and that's it? At some point, people really have to ask themselves, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? How do we make this better? How do we make this stop? So, I love all y'all. I really, as a black woman, I really appreciate seeing all y'all faces out here. I really do, because it means a lot. Everybody else is gone. Everything that happened out here, the violence, the deaths, this shit didn't have to go down like this. It didn't. It didn't have to be this way. But the police made all of that shit happen. They were complicit in all of that. They were complicit in all of that. Understand. If they don't try to stop it, they are helping it. Honestly. And Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, and this is another reason why I march. Wauwatosa, Wisconsin, which is near Milwaukee, Wisconsin. They have a police officer there named Joseph Mensa. Joseph Mensa murdered 3 people in less than 5 years. He was on the force for 5 years and murdered 3 people. One of them was a queer Latino man. He was in front of his house in mental crisis, and they tried to shoot and kill him. One of them was a black man asleep in his car, and the officer ambushed him. And then the other one was a 17-year-old kid at the mall with his friends. So, and Joseph Mensa has not had to pay for that. That's another reason why I keep my feet on the ground too, because we need police accountability now. These police officers can't keep killing people and getting away with it. If it's not justified, there needs to be accountability. And they need to understand when things are justified and when they're not. Because most of this shit is not justified. Damn near all of this shit is not justified. So, I march for the lives of my children, for the lives of the beautiful black man that I love over here. To the left. To the left. And I also march because Joseph Mensa has got to go. So I hope all of y'all, if y'all have a chance to come down to my hometown, I'll tell y'all off camera. But I'll tell y'all where I'm from, and I would love to see all of y'all come down there. We all need to support each other, because we can make a difference, y'all. That's right. Everyone out here is a leader. Everyone out here is a leader. So I love y'all. And where I'm from, we be like, hey, yo, I love y'all. And then you say, hey, yo, we love you too. So let's do that one time, y'all. Okay, y'all ready? Hey, yo, I love y'all. Hey, yo, we love you too. Hey, yo, I love y'all. Hey, yo, we love you too. Hey, yo, I love y'all. Hey, yo, we love you too. Yeah.
Yeah, man, get comfortable with the love, with the word love. You know, I know it can be uncomfortable when you say, I love you. And we've been programmed and conditioned to feel like that. You know, sometimes hurt in our lives make us feel like that. Sometimes not receiving enough love early on in life makes you feel like saying I love you. It's a no-no. We need to start telling each other that more. Because this world needs more love, you know what I'm saying? The world is in chaos. You know, it's been in chaos for a long time. Way longer before we was born, you know what I'm saying? My name is Big O, you know what I'm saying? I'm tell your story, bro. Tell a little bit of my story, man. I've been in protest since I was 16 years old, maybe even 15 years old, down in my hometown for various causes. Because when I was young, I always was taught to stand up for what you believe and stand up for your people. And I feel like as a black man, I'm hunted, man. I feel like I'm being hunted like cattle, like from the time I've been born. You know what I mean? Like I've never felt totally safe in America. You know what I'm saying? Like I never felt safe from the police. Even when they used to come to our school and do their, you know, I used to trouble at the end of class, just for being in there. In my head, when they say probable cause, I always thought like being a black man is probable cause, being a black woman is probable cause, being a black child is probable cause. Just you walking down the street, you appreciating your culture is probable cause. Hair is probable cause. What you wear is probable cause. The way you wear your pants is probable cause. If you hang with more than one of your friends, it's probable cause. You can't hang with 5 or more of your friends on a corner without feeling like you a gang unit. You know what I'm saying? So I come out here on behalf of myself, on behalf of, I got 2 black boys at home. I have a black daughter, she's about to be 5, and next weekend actually she's about to be 5, and I feel like I have to be out here for her to also promote that black women are out here being targeted. They've been a target since the beginning of the time. You know what I'm saying? I feel like they're the most unprotected people in the world, really. So when I come out here, I come out there for them. And that's really all I gotta say about that. No justice, no peace.
No justice, no peace.
Anybody else want to speak?
My name is Zach. My name is Zach. I've done a lot of time here in Kenosha, born and raised, and I've heard countless stories of racist fucking assholes treating people like shit for the last 10 years of my life. And I'm here for Jake initially out the gate and everyone else. But one of my best friends sacrificed his life for this movement. Anthony Huber.
Anthony Huber.
Say his name. Anthony Huber. Say his name. Anthony Huber. Say his name. Anthony Huber. There you go. I will never ever stop fighting to avenge his fucking death ever. They let some kid kill my fucking best friend. And that's why we're here now, because of this ridiculous police brutality that has gone on since the country has been fucking alive. And I'm so fucking sick of seeing people die for no reason. And now it's close to me. And now I understand, I never lost someone close to me like this ever in my life. And it has been so close to home, and I will never stop. Because he gave his life for this, and I will do it.
That's a shame. That is a shame. They came out here for justice.
Because she lost her man.
She lost
for her
man.
Marching for us, for what we believe in. This woman hurt. That's why another reason why, because her story touched me so much. So much. I'm here for her and for the other guy that lost his life. For Anthony Huber as well. I'm here for Anthony Huber as well, who lost his life senselessly, marching for what we believe in, for marching for change. How many people out here? Look how many of us out here. In a town of 100,000 people, it's only us. She lost her love of her life for this. I'm here for her, Anthony Huber, and the other kid that lost his life as well. It ain't about just black, it's about Anthony Huber. I'm here for Anthony Huber as well. For her, woman broken.
Is a hero.
Yes, he is.
Where's the police? Where's the
big hero?
Huber the hero.
Apology? Our chief of police say it's his fault because he was out here protesting for something he believed in.
Fuck that shit.
That is uncalled for. There's no reason. There's no reason why somebody comes out here and fight for justice in a peaceful protest and lose lives.
Fighting for black lives.
And I'm sorry. Our friend was a fucking medic out here saving, trying to make sure that people were safe. And he was, don't say it.
One more thing I'll say. I'm sorry. I don't mean to take the floor.
No.
Another reason I'm here is because our governor, Tony Evers, with this whole COVID-19 crisis that we got going on in America, that we've all been affected by, our governor issued a stay-at-home order to protect us, to protect our parents, to protect our kids, our loved ones, and our grandparents. The Wisconsin Supreme Court
against what our governor issued, and they allowed for all of this shit to be open. It wasn't no state of emergency. COVID-19, talking about a pandemic. That's a state of emergency. It's a national, that's a world emergency that affects all of us, every color, our children, our grandparents. Our governor issued a stay-at-home order, and our Supreme Court, Wisconsin Supreme Court, ruled against his judgment and opened up the cities, opened up everything. So now that when a black man gets shot in the back 7 times innocently, they issue a state of emergency? What happened with the state of emergency with COVID-19? If it's okay for us to open up shop, business as usual, everything running, everybody making money, if it's okay, why in the fuck do we gotta go in the house at 7 o'clock? Why in the fuck we gotta, excuse my French, why do we have to go in the house at 7, 8 o'clock? How come we can't protest injustices? Again, Michael Dell, Aaron Seiler, Detree Span, Bobby Sherrod are people that's personally, that I've known, that I've been close to, that's been murdered by Kenosha Police Department. Out of those 4 people, 2 of them are white guys. So it's just not about what happened to that black man to me. It's about what these people do and don't be held accountable for. What happened to those boys the other night, I place on the hands of whoever is in charge of what's going on with the sheriff, with the police, with the National Guard. We're in this park. Look at this park. This is all we got. This is where we got the protest at. If they didn't push us out of this park into the neighborhood, those tragedies would not have happened because we was here protesting. What can we destroy? Everything is made of marble. What can a person tear up? That night when that happened, nobody was being violent. Nobody was vandalizing. We all as a group made a conscious decision to stay away from people's business, stay away from people's homes. Fear mongering is a bad thing in this thing right here. It's bad to prey on people's fears, to tell people they're coming to your house, they're coming to your business. To me, it feels like the redcoats are coming, and we won that war a long time ago with America. This is what democracy looks like. Look around us.
Police just pulled up right there. Like, 4 of them just, they just don't feel just because that is the city.
Where's the apology from the police? They said it's them people's fault that they lost their life. How about sorry to the families and friends of the victims that lost their life? They have yet to issue us an apology. I'm sorry for what happened. Sorry, look at this woman. Sorry, I'm sorry. What happened? You know, that's fucked up.
That's why they pushed us back. There's so many people on social media, a lot of white people, that want to talk about, oh, where's, justice for Cannon or justice for this person. Well, I'm sorry, I'm pretty sure, a couple of white people got shot the other night. Where's justice? Y'all want justice. Where are y'all? Y'all want justice? Where are you? Why are there only, 20 people out here?
GoFundMe is not allowing them to start a campaign for his court case, or for his court fees. However, gun associations and very alt-right businesses owned by very alt-right people are starting to take in donations for his case. There's one by the name of, hold on, let me get this name for y'all so you can do a little bit more research too. I'm not going to disclose my name, but y'all can catch me later. The Gunslingers Club has raised $14,021
and that's just one organization that has donated that much to, what is this fucker's name? Kyle Rittenhouse. They GoFundMe is not supporting Kyle Rittenhouse, but businesses owned by alt-right conservatives are taking a stance and taking in donations, and the Gunslingers Club is just one of those businesses that has already raised $14,021 towards his court fees. So we need to mobilize, and we really need to, if people don't want to be out here, they can at least help us be out here, because being in this small group, if they're not giving us support, they could at least give y'all body vests.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah. I can't find them anywhere.
That's why the knife magically appeared.
See how quick they pulled out their batons when it was at the gate.
Right. Well, and the way they're wording and the description of Kyle,
Feel threatened behind them.
it's where they're saying hot words, that he is obsessed with the police. I used to work in mental health. I feel like they're trying to set up like an NGI case, not guilty due to insanity. They're using hot words.
His mother has to be insane too then.
You know that bitch is crazy.
So she was the one that drove behind her.
How you drive that long?
That's what he called when after he shot the dude.
There was 3 other people on the roof with him too that
Yep.
I know one thing, if he don't get convicted, it's gonna be some hell.
That part, yeah.
All of them need to be.
We wouldn't even be out there had they not.
Promise y'all.
Got that man shot 8 times. He had 8 holes in him.
Well, had they charged him with attempted murder right after it happened?
Yeah.
Just like I believe, like the officer that did the shooting arrest, I think the female officer. Now, don't get me wrong, because I think all. Here comes the party. Welcome to the party.
No. Yep.
I'll get this check. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Alright guys, so while everybody was sitting in a peaceful circle around the group, telling their stories, we are watching law enforcement surround the entire area, as you guys have been commenting. They have completely surrounded the area. And they now told everybody to disperse. Otherwise they are arresting people. You guys are doing me a favor, share this feed. So this entire group is now surrounded by law enforcement. This has definitely gotten real very, very quickly.
Somebody in the back, check it out.
Alright, so protesters are asking the police if they leave and go to their vehicles now, will they still be getting arrested?
Exactly what you said we could do. Kenosha Police Department are a bunch of liars. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I know you guys did. We're media, sir.
Hey, then you can leave the area.
Understood.
No exception for media. No. Please leave the area.
police officers are telling media that they leave as well. Otherwise, they will also be arrested. Technically, they cannot do that. As you see right now, you do have National Guard that are putting up a riot here. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't hear you. Media. Can you explain how press is not? If accredited media stations, independent journalists, if we're out here filming for documentation purposes, no different than seeing. So media for filming all of this stuff. Is that right? Badge 541. So officers are saying that media is not exempt from being arrested. I've never heard anything like that before. Officers have just threatened to arrest all media, that we are not exempt from the curfew. If you guys are just tuning in, this group is making a stance in the park. Law enforcement has said that all media will be arrested as well if they don't leave. The media personnel that's directly in front of me have repeatedly tried to tell law enforcement that they are media. And as you guys heard, the officer that I was just speaking with made it very clear that regardless of being press, that press will be arrested as well. Even though the previous officer said, if we are media, it's fine, but we need to leave the area. You see a force here standing in front of the courthouse now in riot gear, while protesters are in the park. You guys can please share this feed. Now guys, I would love to get in the middle of that and film what these protesters are saying. This is becoming a very, very tense, volatile situation. Officers threatening to arrest press, independent journalists, as well as accredited news channels that are out here. The one officer did say that it was fine that press was here, but we needed to step away from the area, which is typical. That is a common thing. And that's what I'm doing. So protesters are now asking if they leave, can they get to their vehicles, and police are saying yes. This has become pretty tense, pretty quick. Behind me, you do have accredited media outlets standing directly behind me on the post office side of the street. They have not gotten threatened to leave, but myself, as well as the media outlet that is in front of me, and I will ask who they are once I'm able to get close to them. We were both threatened to be arrested if we did not we had to stop filming. The crowd, you can tell, is very panicked that if they move from this location that they're all going to be arrested. The officers are saying that they will be fine and they can go home, but there doesn't seem to be trust. Here they come. Officers are moving. And they are, protesters that are running. They are arresting. They are arresting protesters now. You guys can share this feed right away, please.
I'm Emily. Emily Fair.
Now, mind you, the accredited news media outlets that are directly behind me have not been threatened. However, myself and the news channel that's in front of me, who is still there, were threatened to also be arrested. This is the same stuff that I was telling you guys in the very first feed that me, CJ, and Andrew went into on this street, where we were essentially trapped because of law enforcement in riot gear, where we could not pass down the street when we were trying to get to our vehicles after everything was over. Everyone had gone home. We were just kind of sitting around, kind of discussing the night, looking at some footage. And TJ and Andrew were trying to go back to their hotel. I was trying to go back home. And law enforcement would not let us pass, despite saying we were press. CJ was trying to communicate with them. Everybody clearly marked. And we ended up having to wait even longer, trying to kind of wait it out for other units to disperse certain areas so that we had a path to
Chris McNeil?
to go. So right now we have Chris McNeil and Emily Fair that are being arrested. The National Guard that came out in riot gear is going back behind the fence. Sorry guys, I'd love to get closer to this. I'm kind of hoping I don't get locked up either. I've never seen law enforcement threaten media like that. I complied with the direct command of the officer that media, it was fine that we were press, but we needed to back away. I've done that. I'm 100% okay with that. I know that is a standard situation where officers allow media to film because we do have the right to do that. We are allowed to get closer than normal people. Now we have Oscar Walton being arrested. I've never seen officers threaten to arrest even backing away and stating that media is violating the curfew as well. And that was Officer Pfeffer. So units are pulling off as they are putting individuals in the car.
Hey, what's the
My name's Kevin Wiki. It's on my personal page, so they're not going to be able to get in unless I accept a friend request, which obviously I can't do during the live feed.
Yeah, well, no, I'm asking for myself. To get a who you live with.
Kevin PLOW.
Alright. The request is going to come from a guy named The MC, THA space MC, his name.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
That was very good.
So I am going to stick around here. I do want to get the information from this news channel that was also threatened. Officer Pfeffer said that media can also be arrested. Told me once I had stated that I am press and I am clearly marked, that whatever I was claiming to be, I do have a registered company in the state of Wisconsin. Hey, can I ask you guys a question?
Yes.
What station are you with?
We're with the London-based network.
A London-based network?
Yeah, it's called El Arabi.
What is it?
El Arabi?
Okay.
We broadcast in Arabic.
Okay, all right, great. Have you ever experienced a situation where law enforcement has threatened to arrest you?
Yeah, we were arrested. I was with another crew, but we were handcuffed and arrested.
Okay.
In Minneapolis.
In Minneapolis for filming a very similar situation
yeah,
like this.
for violating the curfew, they said.
Okay, and how did that turn out?
It was just a few moments, and then
you were released?
Yeah, I think because they made their phone calls and then they realized that we were.
Who you said you were, and you actually media, and okay, great.
This is why today, when he threatened to arrest us, I mean, we're media. I don't think we can.
Right. Okay, great, thank you.
Who are you filming for?
I'm independent.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I ask you guys what station you're with? I'm sorry, hang on, let me get a little closer. Okay. So the officers just mentioned that even media can be arrested for violating curfew. Is that a true scenario?
We've been out here every night. Yeah.
Right, and so have I. And the officer, it was Officer Pfeffer, threatened myself even after explaining that I was press, that I was an independent journalist, and then the London-based media team, and them as well, that they would arrest them. Another officer, as we were saying that we were press, said that's fine as long as you guys back up, which I complied with. They obviously stayed. You know, I'm independent, so I don't have a big network behind me, obviously. But did they threaten you guys being back here that you would be arrested? Okay. In the history of news, have you guys ever been arrested for filming stuff when they've put curfews? Like, do you guys know of any incidents that have ever happened like that?
sure there's some out there. I mean, I wouldn't use
But you guys personally have never experienced anything like that. All right, great. Thank you. I appreciate your time. All right, guys. Well, park is cleared out. You do have media still here. There is law enforcement still in the park and kind of the surrounding area here. Now, I have no issues complying with officers with a request to back up so that they can handle the scene. But to threaten to arrest me, being press, documenting what's happening, it's a little uncalled for. I've stayed out of their way. I've not interfered. I've stayed at a distance while trying to film them. That is one of the reasons I didn't run up when they were surrounding the car, which led to this protest marching on the Kenosha Police Department. Run up on multiple vehicles. Now, I don't have a giant network behind me, or big shot lawyers to protect me and bail me out of jail. So I did back up. I remained in the street between the post office and the park. That was Officer Pepper of the Kenosha Police Department. You guys heard that. And unfortunately that is the risk. Being journalists, being independent especially, we are right in there with the group. As you've seen, I've been right in the middle of them the entire night. We just witnessed the heavy police force removing protesters. I don't know, guys. I've never heard of media getting arrested trying to film. Yeah, unfortunately, Richard, they're not going to let me film in the jail. That is definitely not going to happen. And no, I'm not getting arrested. So as you can see, we have larger press out here still. And police have completely dispersed. Not even talk to them. And now it's over. Scroll up, I want to read this comment. Yeah, Emily, you're right. You know, how do they know I'm real press? A lot of it, you know, so I am tagged up with press. A lot of it does have to do with body language. A lot of it has to do with distance. You know, positioning. When cops are moving in, you know, the positioning of the press individual, how they're walking. There's a lot. It's easy for law enforcement to tell who is actually press and who might be posing as press. I mean, obviously, I have a million people holding up cell phones, but totally different demeanor. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. I mean, these guys they've seen me walking around with other media personnel. They've seen me for the last 5 days walking around. Well, 4 days because CJ and Andrew weren't here. You know, I'm not with them. I'm not part of their team. We met up, and they've seen me out here all night with them. Even when everything is done, like right now, you know, we've sat right here for hours, just sitting here talking while they're, you know, staring at us. They know who I am. They're standing there watching me interview these people. There's people on the roof of the courthouse. They know who I am. Yeah, you're welcome, Sean. I really appreciate you guys tuning in for this. I appreciate you sharing the stream. It's definitely meant a lot. I'm not out here to have any type of fame for me. I don't want any of that. I'm out here to make sure that people's voices are heard. You know, and that's where it was kind of unfortunate in the whole Trevor situation where they had demanded this officer come out and speak with them on why individuals were getting arrested. And they got that. And what we've seen time and time and time and time again is you get the platform. You're here. People are listening. Everyone has shut up. They want to hear what you have to say. And then you blow it. And that's why Trevor walked away. It's as simple as that. You had the platform. You got what you wanted. And you blew it. So yes, when they were sitting in that circle, that was their moment to speak. They had something to say, and they opportunity knocked, and they failed to answer. So while they were calm again, wanted to make sure people were able to hear what they wanted to say. All right, guys. Well, anyway, thank you so much again for tuning in. I'll accept everybody's friend request this way. I'll be out here again tomorrow. So if you guys are free, please tune in and share the feed when I go live. I will let you know, I do have a Facebook page. I temporarily took it down to work on a new logo and different things, but once I get the page back up, I'll let you guys know that, and you can go over there and make that page. I appreciate everyone's comments tonight, you know, and everyone sharing the feed, so thank you so much. I will see you guys tomorrow.